Hello. Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, building up my points. So when I get the game, probably next week, it's not so bad. Nice. That sounds like a plan, Zach. I know it's not your morning, but it's 3 a.m. for me. Good. Well, good morning to you, Zach. I hope you're having a wonderful 3 in the morning time. We all do what we need to do. Oh, wait, hang on a sec. There's a self-promotion. The self-promotion thing is probably not a legitimate one that I can go through, is it? No, probably not. Alright, back to my what's-a-mahoozy space. Back into here. And then... You know what? I'm gonna click this button here. So we're right at the get-go, just sitting here. And it's just gonna be me talking for a little bit. I have notes. And, like, I very much... Like, here's the thing. This is what I wanted to be able to do all day. But you know, I had to work and shit, and like I don't know whether it is going to happen or not, but essentially I would like to see Ixalan spawn. There is like the reason why I'm here and I'm just sitting here doing nothing, and I'm probably gonna sit here doing nothing for about an hour, but you know, I can cheapen it by... Oh, I didn't know there was a bonfire there. That's cool. But yeah, I want to, like, just... I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Ixalan. I've got this Stygian Ash here, and I am going to use that in order to try and defeat Ixion, so I can get some horns, so I can get the mount, because he's a giant striped horse with a fucking lightning horn. And this is, like, one of the ways to do it, is you just need to wait for a fate to go off, and then it's like, if you do the fate successfully, you only need to wait, like, you get 6 horns, but if you do it unsuccessfully, you only get, like, you know, I think 3 tops or something or rather. But yeah. Don't know how I feel about the Twister reboot movie. It kind of looks kind of dumb. Wait, is that, the hurricane? No. There's a difference between Twister and hurricanes, aren't there? Like, that's the whole thing. Is like there's a difference between twisters, and because like hurricanes are like on the water or some shit, and twisters are like random thingy. Twisters are also about tornadoes. Ah, okay. Also, Gundam, you went into the game before ads even ended. Yeah, no, I have actually been in this game for a little longer than that. I've only just started to start streaming now, because you know what? I was gonna be one of those whatsamahoozy streamers where they say, oh, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV. But in actuality, I am not playing Final Fantasy XIV. I am AFKing in Final Fantasy XIV. So then that way I'm able to just do the whole... Actually, you know what? What can I... Is there like a thing I can do? Camera. Nope. Idle camera. Nope, that's not a thing. Why do I not have... Oh, user macros. Hang on a second. Text commands. Let's have a look. We got display aggro lines. Okay, we got alerts, we got alliances, blowing eclipse, clutching ahead, clearing the logs, clap, chuckle. Alright, I don't think... Echo? Display a message that only you can see. Oh, nice. Eureka? Both text and motion will be displayed when no sub... Okay, nice. Face camera, face palm. How is there, like, no Like, I just want to filter and see if they can give me an option to be like, oh, hey, let me just, let's just have the camera... Ooh, idling cam, that's what... Oh, iCam. Slash iCam. There we go. So... Here's what's happening. It's Friday. I don't have to work on the weekend, which is fantastic. And I've got with me a can of rum and coke. And the whole reason I'm doing this at this hour is so then that way I'm still streaming, but it's just so I can communicate with all of you while I'm waiting for the weather to change in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. So yeah, because let me just grab the Faloop. There is this Hi Jason, welcome to the stream. So there is this loop or something around. Hang on a sec. What is it? Can spawn here. Hold shift to zoom and pan. Nice, cool. Hi, welcome Jason to the stream. So there is a fate in this area here called the Locks, which is called a horse outside. And essentially what happens is that there is this, like, it's basically like a mini boss, and it's a powerful mini boss as well. And it changes the weather to like this sort of lightning condition as well. And while it's doing that, you can like fight this giant horse with lightning and all this kind of nonsense. Dazarus like has the mount, and a few other people have the mount as well, but I don't have the mount, and I would very much like to have the mount. So yeah, and let's see, it's nighttime and it's got the clouds. I wonder if there's a way, hang on a second, Ixion spawn. A basic guide to Ixion. Ixion fate timers. The fate sits on a spawn time that is assumed to be close to 24 hours after the fate has been completed or failed. It's locked down from spawning again for 20. This does not mean that it will always spawn after its spawn. Can be anywhere. Nope, that's old news. Start attacking when it's pulled. Dodge it for 40% of its health. Nope, that doesn't help. Fine, I'm googling the spawn timer. You think there would be a convenient spawn timer? You like it? You never really summoned him in Final Fantasy X, though? I haven't played any of the other Final Fantasies, I will be real with you. So, actually, no, that's not true. I did play Final Fantasy 15. I played that, like, long before stream. And I tried playing a little bit of Final Fantasy 16 on stream. Like, some of you might have seen it, and I just could not get into it. I don't know what it was. I don't know why. I just wasn't... It didn't capture me. It didn't really do for me like what I was what I was hoping for and all that. So yeah. All right, hang on. Triple try card. Start seeing import from loot. No, that's a tool set. I don't need the hunt tracker. I need like a fates thing. So I'm gonna go for fate tracker. You always play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy Disney crossover Kingdom Hearts. I did play that. That is true. Where the fuck is my brain at? Ooh, excuse me. Alright, hang on. Close that. Any hoosies. God. What the fuck did I want to talk about? Man, this is a terrible start to the stream. Maybe I shouldn't have streamed at this hour. I just wanted to get out of work. Hi there, Bone. You have to eat, but you wanted to say hi. Not to worry. Hi there, Bone Mass Dog. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Sorry, I'm just trying to find... So I'm currently at the locks, I think it is. There's all these fates, numbers and shit, but that's not what I want. I want the fate timer. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. So those are loot tables, those are miscellaneouses. Hunt trackers. Man, this is a... Are you in Australia or overseas? Bone, I believe, is overseas. I believe they're EP, like, Canadian or something like that. Final Fantasy XII has had the closest feeling to 14, but you've always will recommend Final Fantasy X as it eases into the Final Fantasy series. It's a great middle ground between the old school games and the newer games. Definitely what you would recommend considering the traditional game. Ah, okay, okay. Well, I'ma be real with you. I think I would... I'm of this... Okay, this is probably going to be a really weird opinion. I think I would like to play the, I think I would like to start from the beginning, like from Final Fantasy 1, and then, you know, work my way up through the series. I think that's how I would like to go. Like, maybe that's just how I like going through a lot of the different games. The only time I've ever not gone the proper route was the first time I played Mass Effect. I went through, like, I knew of Mass Effect 1, but I didn't play it. I didn't, like, learn of the story or anything like that. And then I heard the popularity of Mass Effect 2. And so I got into Mass Effect 2. I loved it. I went into Mass Effect 3. And I learned there was going to be an extended cut, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go all the way back to the first Mass Effect game. So I went through Mass Effect 1, I went through 2 again, and then I was going through 3 because of the extended cut being released. Loved it, and then, you know, years down the track, they then released the Mass Effect Collector's Edition. So it had all 3 games, and it had, like, a huge update to Mass Effect 1, because, you know, the combat was a bit meh. And I enjoyed it. And I was streaming that, and that's like one of the first games I was streaming with, like, this account. It was actually pretty nice. Thank you. What did I miss? The level of trolling you can do in Dark and Darker as a druid is insane. You turn into a... Okay. You turn into a mouse, you aggro all the enemies you come across, and you lead... Oh, that's mean. That is... You... Oh, ow. Hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. Hi. I know it's you that did that fart. So yeah. Also, I owe Jason an apology for last night's stream because they threw me into a maid outfit, and the reason why they threw me into a maid outfit is because Code decided to take over the account for a bit and take over and put me in the maid outfit. So it wasn't Jason that did that. And I just had this moment of like, yeah, sure, likely story, Jason. But no, that turned out to be the case. So, nope, didn't do it. Brilliant. So yeah, how's it going, Code? I am currently waiting for the sky to turn into like quick 11.
Pull the lever.
We're literally waiting for the weather to change.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
The numbered title is a standalone game that isn't connected to the previous industry. The world of Final Fantasy isn't connected to 2 and so on. Oh no, I am familiar with that. I do understand that the whole point of Final Fantasy is that it's not a sequential series. It is an anthology. Everything, like, there's only some things... Excuse me. There's only some things that connect. Like, sorry. So there's only some things that will, like, you know, sort of connect in some way. Normally it's because of the mechanics or overarching themes or just, you know, Moogles and what have you. There isn't usually like a guarantee that the events from like 1 go into 2, into 3, yada yada yada. So I think technically speaking 1 and 3 is in the same universe, but normally when they do sequels or a universe for something, so for example Final Fantasy 15 was going to be like this whole ass universe with Final Fantasy 13, but that never ended up happening. And so oh, you got like this weird Final Fantasy 15 universe nonsense going off. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy 12 got a 2-parter, and so did Final Fantasy 10, I believe, because you had Final Fantasy 10 and then Final Fantasy X 10-2. Is it meant to be called Final Fantasy 10 or is it meant to be called Final Fantasy X? God, this place needs a bell. There needs to be a summoning bell for the retainer, so then that way I can like do my retainer shit and not risk, you know, not able to do the fate that would need to spawn here. The only 2 games that are numbered in the same universe are 7 and 10, but that's a contrived Really? 7 and 10 would potentially be the same universe and it's just a retcon thing? That doesn't sound right. Also, what the hell is with my pants? Ow! Sky! Stretching. Sorry. Roman numeral 10, so like Final Fantasy. Yeah, cool. Jack, welcome to the stream! Just gonna go fishing. Hang on, Alright, sorry, I just had to like adjust my pajama bottoms. Because they were like riding up me and I didn't want that. So, hi! Hi, Jack. Welcome. You're trying to get the pony? Yes, I'm trying to get the pony.
Bo Dog paid me to say I am from America, not Canada, but if you never played Mass Effect 1, then you missed XIV.
Oh, so yeah, Bo, got that clarification about the US, not Canada thing. Sorry, I didn't mention about that sooner. Yep, I heard you on that one. Secondly, yes, I did go through Mass Effect 1. It was one of... It was probably before you, like, joined up in the stream and what have you, Bone, but Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like the one with 1, 2, and 3 together, that one I did go through on stream and such, and I knew about Erdnot Rex, because here's the thing, is like, if you didn't do Mass Effect 1, the default, thingy, doesn't actually have Erdnot Rex as the leader of the Rex clan. It instead has I think his brother, who is not that good of a Krogan. So, pretty cool stuff. Also, who is an ancestor to the person that we know in Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy? Okay, I'll watch that another time, I suppose. Meanwhile, Uridan Zach is now going to lurk because it's like 3 in the morning, so I imagine both of them go to sleep. But yeah. God damn it, Ixion! Why can't you spawn more often? Also, here's the thing. We don't get like a little notification thing inside the what's-mahoozy, inside the we don't get a notification within the game like properly that he's spawned. You kind of have to like there's like clues, like the weather will change and all this kind of such, and it's only a potential to spawn within a 36 to 72 hour window or something like that. It's something weird like that. Here's the other thing that's gonna irk you. It irks me every time, but like your best guess is by following like a website like Faloop.app in order to figure out like, oh, is the window open? Is it closed? And there isn't really a good way to like I'm not like, maybe someone can help me out with interpreting this website actually. So hang on a sec. Let me just activate some things. This is the website in question. Faloop. This is the website in question. It's like it like tells you like fates and all this kind of stuff. And hang on a second. So Ixion last spawned. So it wasn't in Goblin, but it was over in like the Corel back in like 7 hours ago. Actually, hang on a second. There's a way for tracking all fates. No, I do not care about any of the other fates. I just care about Ixion. That's the only fate I care about. But yeah, so I'm not. So it's like for 104 hours and 25 minutes, I think that means, and then 68 hours ago. Like that's apparently the window is closed. Hang on. A visual representation of the fate window with notable events marked within. The bar is gray when the mark is on cooldown, green when the window is open, and blue when its window caps. That's the part I do not understand. I don't know what it means when the window is quote-unquote capped. Like, does that mean that like, it just won't spawn full stop? Or, I don't know. Because here's the thing, it's like, these are one of 3 places that he can spawn, which is the area I'm in right now. And, yeah, it was like, last month. That was me. I helped kill him last month at that hour. And there was like an attempt to try and kill him back on like July 1st, I think it was, at 9 in the evening or something I tried, or something or rather. Oh no, it was like maybe the 2nd? No, it wasn't the 2nd. I was back in... I was definitely back to business as you... back to streaming and all that kind of such at then, so... Yeah, there was a chance to try and kill Ixion, and we failed. It was like really close. I think I mentioned it to someone. Hang on a second. Who did I tell it to? Was it to Velk? Was it to Pox? No, it wasn't to Pox. Oh, maybe it was to Ze... Oh, it was to you, Code? Yeah, it must have been to you. When did I say? Because it was like... So we did the... Like, not the successful one, but like the failure one. The one when I failed... Nah, it doesn't mention it. Because, like, it was a thing where it was like, oh, there was only, like, 2% left or something like that. It was, like, a real... It was a real hurt in the guts kind of moment. It was just like, ah, damn. Ah, damn. Oh, it was just during VC. Okay. But, yeah, so... Window is... It says window has capped. Ixion can spawn. So... I'm hoping, like, I'm more reliant on the second half of that thing where it's saying Ixion can spawn rather than the part that the window is capped. The only problem is that in order for him to spawn, the weather needs to fucking change. And is there, like, a person that can tell me the weather here? Actually, I don't think it's even part of, like, the weather stuff, so that's going to be a bit of a hard one. Oh, and Jack's at work. I forgot about that little tidbit. I am so behind with, like, messages. The font file has 468 glyphs, and you're still finding new... Oh, my God. Jack! Stop coming up with your fake language! Just accept the glyphs as it was. Also, hi there, Flu. You may not... I may not always show up on the stream, but when you do... Oh, you... You stole my shirt! You stole the maid outfit shirt! How could you? I was doing nothing wrong. I'm just waiting for the weather to change from, like, clouds to lightning or something. Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. I greatly appreciate it. Lols. Ah! How you doing, Flu, the Kenku? Ew, the movie don't look right when it's like that. I guess it's because of the weird, like, mix of the... Yeah, it's gonna be the weird... No, hang on a second. Node graph. Hang on a second. Like... Ding dong. Monitor. Is it still... So... It's doing the brow thing. That's fine. Extra himbo, 100%. Maid outfit, 100%. Do I have to... I wonder if I have to turn off the maid outfit part. Maybe that's what needs to turn off when I do the maid, like when I take the whole shirt off and like the maid outfit is active. Maybe that's what I need to do. Hang on, I need to check some. So that's the cookie redeem. Oh, it's gonna be an outfit, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be an outfit. All right, so if the shirt is off and it is not the thingy, so then. Huh. Maid outfit, the value should be 0 and constrained. So why isn't it? Is it because I spelt it wrong? Is that it? Because it says the maid outfit is still, like, 100, so... Why isn't it... Did I spell it wrong? Is that why? No, it couldn't have been, because it still made the maid outfit shirt disappear. It just hasn't... Okay, hang on a second. Let's duplicate this. Let's go to channel point. Ding. Send signal. No, it's still doing weird stuff. I wonder why it's doing that weird thing to the boobies. What's up with that? You gonna sleep and lurk? Not to worry, Flu. I'm just figuring out nonsense. We'll probably go into like we'll actually go into the MSQ and all that kind of nonsense at 6 p.m. as per normal. If we don't see Ixion like popping up or anything like that by 6 o'clock, we'll continue on with the rest of the MSQ because we're getting close to the end of the MSQ for Endwalker. We are currently at Seeking Light, which is like patch 6.5 for us. So we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. So what's another blend shape name? Because hang on a second. So monitor. No, maid outfit is still 100%. Why is maid outfit? Maid outfit 1. Send sick. It keeps going back to oh, maybe. Okay, maybe, just maybe. Maybe there's a thing where it's like, oh, while the maid outfit is visible. No, it doesn't. Nope, it's gonna be in Unity. Unfortunately, it's probably gonna be in Unity, the whole like maid outfit thing, needing to like engage the such, because like look, like yeah. Actually, I wonder what happens when I do the peck dance. Will it do the? Yeah, it still do. Oh, but wait, hang. Nothing happened to my arms.
Boobies!
Oh, yeah, doesn't matter. Invisible nipples? No, it's not that they're miserable. Broke them July. Yeah, I probably broke them in July. It is what it is. Oh, actually, no. I can't leave the mess that I set up in my node graph because there's like a random channel point redeem where it might, you know, do some stuff. All right, ding dong. Because I think the issue is that I need to hide the maid outfit. Because it's not the maid outfit shirt that's doing the shirt thing. It's the maid outfit itself. And I might need to... Darn. Oh, well. You know what I should do? I should probably put the... I'm going gonna put this thing front and center. And we got the shirt back on, so it doesn't matter what the lens shape is. So yeah. If we don't see any, like, you know, if we don't see the weather that we need for XIV to spawn, excuse me, we'll move on into the, brain. Come on. We'll move on to MSQ stuff. But for now, like, I just want to talk. I know this is going to be a just chatting thing, but I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to remove the thing about, like, you know, I don't want to change it from Final Fantasy XIV because drops are enabled for this and such like that, so who knows? Maybe you can get the cool looking, chicken pod looking mount if you watch me long enough. Lord knows, I've been, you know, streaming plenty of times this week. I need to get a proper schedule together at one point, though, because I'm not going to be streaming every day next week, though, that's for sure. I'm probably not going to stream Sunday. Saturday, I have my stream anniversary, and I have nothing planned. Nothing at all. Do I even want to do something on my stream anniversary if I have nothing planned? Would that make sense? Like, I don't have, like, a... Maybe Monster Hunter? Maybe I'll just play a little bit of Monster Hunter World or something so other people can join in on it. That way it's like, you know, a breath of fresh air. It's not just me playing Final Fantasy XIV all the time. Because maybe people will get tired of me playing so much Final Fantasy XIV and they're just going to be like, oh, there he is again. GrantZeebs, the Final Fantasy streamer. Even though, like, I try and make myself more of a variety streamer than a Final Fantasy streamer. I know that doesn't look like I'm a variety streamer this week, but I promise you, variety streamer. Ah. Fishing. Actually, yeah, fishing's probably a good idea. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. You know what? I'm going to say, for today's stream, I'm going to disable the aspect of the fishing that increases the price, okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna disable it, alright? So it's not gonna increase by 25 points anymore. So it is still gonna remain at like 75 points, I will be real with you. But you know what? That's still I think that's fairly cheap for fishing. So, yeah, there's like no limits. I don't think is there a timer on it? No, there isn't a timer on it. I did not put a timer on the fishing redeem. That's good. But yeah. Alright, time to review the notes. First, and it's literally the first week of a new expansion. Of course, you're going to play it. If someone gives you hell, let them at it. I'll shut a bitch up. It's okay. It's okay. Here's the thing as well. Yes, it's the first week of the expansion. I imagine there's like a lot of people who have already finished it and what have you. And they are, you know, probably having their little opinion about oh, the expansion is peak, or oh, the expansion is not peak. It's an expansion, and you went through the entire thing in like less than a week. Sounds to me you enjoyed it. So, I will get through this expansion at my own pace. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna enjoy my time playing it. I'm not gonna rush through it like I did with the Endwalker campaign and PatchCon. Because I will be real with you, I think I did go through Endwalker a little bit quickly. It didn't derail or detriment the story or me like absorbing it and such like that. I think it was still a very good expansion, despite the fact I was like just going through it like so fucking fast. So I probably could have gone through it faster, or like, you know, with way more like dedication, but I think at the rate I was going, it was pretty good. So I'm trying not to, you know, I'm still going to be influenced by propaganda. Like, that's still gonna happen. Your Zeebs is gonna be influenced by the popular media and, like, friends and family and what have you. No one is immune to propaganda, and anyone that tells you, oh, I'm immune to such things because I don't view it. No. That's not how that works. Everyone is susceptible to propaganda. If it was so fucking problematic, then people wouldn't keep using it, but they keep using it. So, there's that. But the thing is that, you know, you can... there is something from those people that are like, oh, I don't like, oh, I'm not I don't follow the propaganda if I don't follow it. It's like, look, kind of true. You don't need to follow everything. So, because I know during the time I was off, there was shit that was going on in the gaming community, and there was like stuff going off on like the Twitches and things. So, the one thing I do want to raise is the VTuber Summer Slam that went off. That one was like a really cool thing. And if there was one thing from like the break that possibly could have been like, oh, why I shouldn't have taken a break in like June of all times, it was the fact that I actually, like, someone messaged me about the VTuber Summer Slam, and they were like, hi there, we were observing your streams, parentheses, love that you did the voting in your Baldur's Gate 3 run through to have the crowd decide what to do with the story, parentheses. But we would like to extend an invitation to have you join us for the VTuber Summerfest and help promote out our charitable organization. It's like something along those lines. I've had that kind of text message before from the guys that did Step Up. Is it Step Up, or what was the name? I should know this. Stack Up, that's it, Stack Up. Sorry, I almost had to open the email again, but no, I remembered it was Stack Up. So, it was similar in vein to Stack Up, where it was like, oh, it's a charitable organization that, you know, it wants to have as many, like, you know, exposure about the charitable organization is best done with medium or larger, medium and smaller VTubers and streamers and what have you, because that one's a bit more of like a, you know, pounding the pavement, mom and pop kind of way of being able to spread awareness of an organization. It's not like World Vision, where everyone knows what World Vision is, and really what you need from the public with World Vision is just having as many like wallets as possible. That's not the case that at the smaller foundations and charitable organizations are trying to do when they approach the small streamers. It's all about the exposure. So it was kind of fun doing it for Stack Up. I feel like there was some worthwhile experience in, you know, learning, oh, this is how, you know, corporations will, you know, approach you, how they might view you, how you should communicate, and like, if I wasn't on break, I probably would have done the VTuber Summer Slam. It wouldn't have been like with any like VFers or anything like that, because they already had their own thing. But I think I would have enjoyed joining in with the VTuber Summer Slam, especially since where is my brain? Especially since the thingamajiggy is on idle cam. That I need to double check that I'm not, like, you know, sticking. Just get up on the. God damn it! All right, never mind. I'm gonna turn into random mount. Well, that's funny. That'll work. Alrighty then. So, I think it would have been a fun thing to do the Summer Slam for, but I promised myself I was gonna take a break from streaming and trying to do all kinds of heavy, like, content creation stuff in June, and I wanted to stick to that, like, just as a, like, personal thing. Like, in the month of June, I didn't do a lot to, you know, improve myself more than where I was at the start of June. Like, I gained a little more weight, but the thing is that I felt like social balance-wise, I think I was for the better. I wasn't so, like, pedantic with my time at work and getting short with people and, like, you know, trying to get out of the place at, like, as soon as, you know, 3:59 hits or anything like that. I was, you know, I was willing to stay behind until 5 o'clock a lot of days, and then just, you know, by the time I get home, just, you know, unwind, and if I wanted to, I would play Final Fantasy XIV for my own amusement. I didn't go through any of the MSQ during that time, but in the month of June, I was able to, you know, help people out with their VTubing stuff, or their streams, or even making some 3D stuff, and, like, trying to relearn that skill, so it's not just, you know, a hobby I once had that I could do in... excuse me. Just gonna get another sip. Hang on. on a sec. So, yeah. Thank you again. Not to worry, Code. Not to worry. I still have things I need to improve with my, like, models setup and what have you, and I can't, like, I haven't had the time to do any 3D stuff this week since I've been, like, streaming, like, every day, basically, and I'll probably not be able to have time to do 3D stuff next week either if I don't set a proper plan. Because I don't want to trick myself into doing, like, Blender 3D stuff, like, once a week as a stream, because I'm not an artist. I'm not someone that's able, where I have, like, a dozen ideas, and I've got all the references I need, and I can just, you know, hunker down and do the sculpting or what have you for, like, 3 hours and, you know, have the right balance between, oh, I want to talk about this with people, but also, like, you know, still doing the work. If I'm doing the work, I'm not exactly in a communicative mood, and it normally goes off in pangs where it's like, I'm doing nothing for about 4 hours, and then all of a sudden, 10 minutes of inspiration, 20 minutes of YouTube videos explaining to do the thing that I want to try and do, and then, like, you know, getting it done, like, 5 minutes after that. So that's how it's been with a lot of my, like, you know, ventures into Blender, like, 3D stuff. So yeah, that's not, like, you know, a really great idea for streaming. And I'm not a really good personality streamer to be able to, like, you know, be silent, like, because I don't know if any of you remember this. Granted, it was, like, within this week. There was a good, like, half an hour in the stream where I didn't talk about anything, and I was just watching a previous VOD of myself in order to try and find the camera settings that I had for, like, my stream, like, stream room Blender project, and, like, nothing came from that, which was a little bit unfortunate. So I don't want to do that in my streams. I don't want to make it where it's like, oh, here's Grant and his, like, stream that's doing nothing for, like, 24 hours or something, or rather. I feel like that's a very poor gaming of the system, in my opinion. So it's not like I'm trying to do, like, a fuck you to Twitch where there's, like, hundreds of thousands of people watching me, and because it's, you know, not affiliate, and this account isn't affiliate or some shit where Twitch is, like, losing however many dollars an hour because of the streams or such. It's like, that's not how I function. Maybe if I got to, like, you know, crazy VTuber wealth, I could experiment with, like, oh, here's a Twitch channel that isn't partner or affiliate, and we're just gonna, you know, see how Twitch handles this kind of nonsense. Because I think that's probably one of the more interesting circumstances that we're now in with Twitch. Because I heard, granted, this is probably, I've heard that Asmongold, they do, it's a fucking huge channel. They have, like, millions of followers, hundreds of millions of followers or something like that. But they also have a secondary channel. Asmongold is, you know, it's a Twitch partner, it's all this featured kind of stuff, but their second channel is not a partner channel. It's like Jack Roar or whatever the fuck their name is. And that channel isn't partner, it isn't affiliate. So what ends up happening is that here's an account that anyone could make this kind of account where, because of it not being a partner and not being an affiliate, you can't have advertisement run on it. It's not, there's, like, barely any benefit to it or something like that, especially if people, like, want to jump on and observe it, and you can't force an advertisement after however many minutes. There's only, like, I think there might be a pre-roll ad at tops, but that's it. Or maybe there isn't even pre-roll ads. And the problem is that, like, for Amazon/Twitch to present you with a stream of video, it is rather costly, and they basically pay the same rates that we do for the Amazon video web services. And because of the popularity of Asmongold, that sort of Twitch channel is not a, you know, that's not great for...
Sipping Time sponsored by Uraninazak.
Alright, let me drink water. I'm not going to drink my rum and coke, I'm going to drink up some water. But yeah, Twitch would not exactly want to... Like, there must have been a scenario where Twitch was just, you know, having live streams playing freely or something like that. There wasn't like a huge amount of money they were making earlier. And then, you know, then they had to start making money. Oh, is this it? Is this the condition? No, it's thunderstorms. That's not the same. Thunderstorms, I do not think is the same condition. Hang on a second. Let's see. Because I think it needs to be like something called like Quick Levin or something. Listen to the sounds. Fucking UFO. You hear that? Absolutely so. Alright, so he's not there. Let's see. How about this? The next spawn location is potentially here, or somewhere down here. Let's see. Alright, I should probably move the... Let me move the Twitch stream. So that goes over there now. So... What was I going on about, like, way earlier? Oh yeah, propaganda and, like, peer pressure things on stream. So, one of the other things that came out in June... It came out before the, It came out before Final Fantasy XIV's Dawn Trail. I don't know, Grant, I was in the shower. Not to worry. I remember the thing I wanted to talk about. The Elden Ring DLC came out. And Elden Ring, being the game that it is, and you know, the DLC comes out, I remember the time when everyone on streams were like, you know, playing Elden Ring and such. What's more is there's, you know, people who are playing the Elden Ring DLC right now as well. And a part of me was sort of like, oh, maybe I should play the Elden Ring DLC. And then there came this pause of like, why? Because looking, like, I'm gonna be real at it, looking back at the Elden Ring game, I'm not exactly 100 enthusiastic about, you know, going back into a Souls-like that I've already finished and, you know, relearn the controls and the strategies just to go through a DLC that, you know, it didn't feel like a necessity for me. It, like, nothing about From Software games and, you know, the word of, like, you know, patches and DC and, like, or DLCs makes me feel like as if, oh, there is, like, a strong narrative benefit to me for going through the DLC that would enrich my experience from the base game. Like, Dawn Trail, Endwalker, all these, like, expansions, like, these are technically DLCs. All these expansions are, you know, they're serving a greater story and what have you, so that's the obvious reason for why you go into the expansions for Final Fantasy XIV. But with the Elden Ring DLC, it was like, oh, what's the big deal for it? It's like, oh, do you want to play, like, a little more of Elden Ring? And it's like, is there a new story? Yes, but it has, like, the same sort of, like, you know, it didn't feel like something I wanted to play, I think is just at the end of it. And I think I made the right decision when, you know, pre-release reviews, like, a lot of them were like, oh my goodness, it was just so amazing, it was just such an amazing, difficult game, we had to try all our best. And then the Eurogamer reviewers are like, yeah, it's a difficult game, but I don't know, chat, it's, you know, something we might not want to bother to go through because it's just difficulty for difficulty's sake. And then meanwhile, all the Elden Ring fans and Dark Souls fans are like, oh my goodness, the game journalists are terrible gamers, look at them failing to, you know, go through the Elden Ring DLC, I reckon they're absolute trash. And then the next thing and then it's like, you know, the game releases, and like a number of the reviews of the Elden Ring DLC devolve into like two sorts of things. Number one, the game is not optimized for playing on PC, which that has always been a problem with Bandai Namco's From Software games. That is not a recent development. Dark Souls 2 had problems on PC. Dark Souls 3 had problems on PC. Elden Ring even had problems on PC when it first came out, but we kind of all avoided it. Just sort of went, yeah, no, that's to be expected. It's the first time they did an open world and all that kind of such. So to get the optimization issues with the DLC was a bit of a given. But then there was the second part, which was the part that everyone was like clowning on the Eurogamer journalists over, and it was the case of like, oh, this feels way more difficult than it should be. And the thing is that anytime it gets into a question about difficulty, some people think that, oh, you can't criticize Elden Ring or From Software games that are doing the Souls-like thing from being difficult. It's like, no. I think it is important that you are able to criticize a game for being difficult. Much like how people can criticize Dark Souls 3 still has problems on PC, not as prevalent, but it's not compatible with wavelengths, which makes it very difficult for you to stream. Ooh. Oh, I didn't realize it had that problem. Also, hi there, Sashera. Welcome to the stream. I'm really hoping, before it gets to 6 o'clock, that the weather will change from thunderstorms into the thingy-madiggy that will spawn Ixalan. I really want to fight Ixalan, and unfortunately, there hasn't been any reports of Ixalan spawning, and it's absolutely maddening. I do not know why they haven't done it yet. Hang on, I need to... There we go. Ixion. Yeah. Ixion. I-X-I-O-N.
It's Ixion.
Ixion. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying, goddammit. But yeah, so... I'm very much of the opinion that the Dark Souls games should be, like, their difficulty should be criticized, okay? We're not asking
You said Ixalan.
Ixion, sorry. Well, I'm saying it correctly now, right? Ixion. 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 Any whoosies. So.
Pull the lever.
Now. Goddamn news. But yeah, so. Yeah, Dark Souls games, I feel like you should still be able. Like, they've been out for like a decade plus at this point. And. We're not asking for difficulty to be removed at this point, okay? Like, the ones that are normally asking that kind of stuff are, you know, normally sort of bad faith actors, or they're being trolls, okay? Like the ones that are like, oh, this is the Ubisoft overlay for Elden Ring, where it's filled with like 20 plus fucking elements. Technically speaking, that is a possibility with a Ubisoft game, but you have to enable that option. Most video games of this age do not look like a stream overlay of Final Fantasy XIV right now. Most video games actually do the whole Elden Ring thing where you like, you know, have as few as elements as possible. There is valid criticism to make it where it's like, oh, there should be a pause button that is actually a pause button. Oh, it would be great if we had, you know, you could still have your spices of difficulty, but you didn't have to make it so that, oh, you had to like earn like, you know, a shit ton amount of like, you know, strategy and difficulty before, you know, and like doing it across like several different failures, because if you don't properly learn from the first like sequence, then you can't, you know, stay alive to see that there's a second sequence you have to learn as well. It's like, no. Let us be able to, possibly in a single life, see that there's a sequence 1, 2, and 3 if there's like a, you know, only one phase to the boss. So then that way, you know, you can get through that. And if there's multiple phases to the boss, then sure, have the potential of us dying before we get to the second phase. But yeah, don't say that you can't, you know, like, you know, games can't have have difficulty like adjusted and such. And if your argument is like, oh, the developer made it in this fashion because you know, we should like, you know, stick to the wishes of the developer, one, you're a fucking hypocrite if you ever say you didn't really win the game if you like use summons or rivers of blood, or you used a mechanic that's in the game that makes it all the more cheese. It's like hypocrite if you do that to people. And number two, most people, or sorry, let me just clarify, not most people. A number of gamers have at times not given a shit about the vision of the game director. You know who didn't want to create a hyper serious, it's balls to the wall, low floor, high ceiling, competitive, fast, like side, you know, 1v1 battle where everyone has relatively similar sort of stat line. Oh, god damn it! You broke me. Okay, no, I can't stay away forever. Alright. The Super Smash Bros. Melee video game, Sakurai did not want that game to be a hyper-competitive side fighter with 1v1s and shit. You know what he wanted to make Super Smash Bros. Into? He wanted to make it into a fun fighter where there could be, like, you know, silly gimmick item throws and, like, diverse character roster. He didn't want to make it a fucking extra sweaty, stinky fighting game. So whenever people are like, oh, what, like, you know, why doesn't Sakurai, you know, bring back air dashes from Melee? Why doesn't he do this stuff or that stuff? Because that's not what he wanted to make his video game into. That's not... You gamers don't know what your director wanted. Thank you, Sky. It's a party game. It wasn't meant to be a hyper-competitive fighting game. It was meant to be a party game. Now, sure, there can be a bit of fun, and it does grow the community if there is a multiplayer competitive aspect to it, but that is not the focus, and the director vision doesn't normally stick to competitive games first. You know why? Because that is a bit of a losing battle. If you design a game only to be made for competitive, then it's incentivizing people not to go into your video game unless they are already familiar with the format, which means that you are way, way lowering the bar of entry of, like, you know, or sorry, heightening the bar of entry. Your audio is popcorning really hard. God fucking damn it. God damn it. It was for a second. Ah, okay. But yeah. If you make a video, if you're trying to make it like only the game, oh, okay. Making a video game for the quote-unquote hardcore enthusiasts limits the scope of your game to such a level you don't even understand. Like, Destiny 2 does not have a really great PvP community as much as people would like it to have compared to the heydays of Halo 3. And you know, but they don't, you know, try and revive Destiny 2's PvP by any great stretch of the imagination. You know why? Because it's in the top 10 stream most played list despite that. It's there because of the fashion. It's there because of the story and the PvE aspects. Competitiveness and difficulty, while they are a flavor of life, they are not the necessity for flavor. Just because the curry is spicy doesn't mean the curry is better for being the spiciest. God. Why did they do that? Why did they start inventing foods that are like, oh, hey, here's something that's like 100,000 on the Scoville scale. We extracted Carolina Reaper essence and draped it across your fried chicken. And then you know what happens when a game developer actually makes a difficult game. People whine and complain it's too hard. Exactly. And we're back here. We're back at the Elden Ring and the Dark Souls and shit like that, where the difficult game then has this, like, you know, lengthy, long argument about difficulty and such, and it's like, okay, fine. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring, you know, you can have your arguments about the difficulty. Bloodborne, let's be real, we're never going to get Bloodborne 2, and we all are very much a fan of Bloodborne 1. But when it came to the Elden Ring DLC, if the masses are mixed on it, and you can easily point to, like, you know, the difficulty being just it feels like, you know, it's hard for hard's sake. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like we hit the point where someone decided to just do Carolina Reaper extract into their video game equivalency. And the people that are saying, oh, nah, get good and shit like that, they need different foods. They need to try different games. Like, come on, just play some fucking Final Fantasy. Go into Animal Crossing. Get some different flavors in your life. Go for something that's either fast-paced, turn to a turn-based. My goodness, imagine getting some Elden Ring people to play, like, Civilization 5. Just get them to go through, like, 50 to 100 hours of the game, and then have them be like, alright, we're now gonna have you go against players. See how they handle it. Ixion isn't gonna spawn, is he? It's just gonna keep raining, isn't it? Ah.
Cerveza Cristal. Cerveza Cristal.
All right, moving on. Oh wow, it only costs like 200. I really wanted Ixion to spawn, but it doesn't look like it was. If someone can report when Ixion spawns, that would be greatly appreciated. I would come fucking running to get that done. Actually, no, that might actually need to be somewhere else. Oh, that's the silver combination for the Koki, something around it. The ad tries to encourage me to buy things by talking to my Amazon Alexa. Jokes on it. Yeah, I don't have an Amazon Alexa either. I have a Siri, but the thing is that she doesn't listen properly some days. Faded copies. One of the things I need to go through is getting all these turned into orchestral rolls and such. I need to get to that at some point. I need to make it so that they turn into stuff. Alrighty, that. Oh, wait, no, I forgot to... There we go. Hanish fiber. Never heard of it before. Ah! Welcome back, everyone. Alrighty. Ah, Grant. I was about to call for you. There have been developments concerning the Void Gate that I would discuss with everyone. Coincidentally, I am told your Stola will be returning shortly. I dare to hope she has made some progress in devising a way to harness the First Light. Come, let us await the others in my chambers. Ben Bigger? I never heard that before. Ah. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. I pray thou art come with glad tidings. With findings well worth many sleepless nights, I am pleased to report. Did I give up on the horse? Yes, I did. You may leave it there, thank you. Something about getting back hesitant is I haven't figured out the most efficient way to play for weekly rewards. With Genshin, you have your weekly rewards down to a science, but you don't understand that in 14. There's so much content, and I'm maybe halfway into AR, and it's just a lot. Don't focus too much on trying to do the week. If you still have MSQ to get through, don't think about the weekly rewards too much, okay? If you still got MSQ to get through, go through it at your own pace with the MSQ, and then, like, here's the thing. Don't try to optimize your fun, okay? That is the biggest advice I can give you right now. Don't do it. Don't wonder how you can do things quicker. What is the better chances of doing things, like all that nonsense? That's for end game. That's for when you have the time to, you know, do the things and you're not like, you know, however many years of content behind. Go through the MSQ, pick up on some stuff on the side if you want to get distracted from MSQ, but don't try and optimize for it, okay? Just play it. Just be fine with testing things and be fine with failure along the way. Anyway, back to the video game. Eager though I am to hear the details, I must first share tidings of my own grave ones. Urianger hath sent word from the Void Gate in Mare Larum Torum. The situation is precarious. They continue to rely upon the brands to contain the forces which would otherwise flow freely into the source. Yet though these measures were sufficient to imprison a fragment of Zodiac for eons against our enemy's determined onslaught, they are degrading at an unsettling rate. The Loporites are sparing no effort to sustain the brands, but 'tis only a matter of time ere they fail. Unless we act soon, there shall be no stopping Golbez from returning his ambition. That zero miss should so test the seal even when not at full strength. 'Tis every bit as terrible as we have feared. Aye, we must needs vanquish it. To which end we require a means to pierce its dark shroud. So, did you find it? A way to bring resplendent light to bear against our foe? As a matter of fact, I have. The theory was simple. We harnessed light from the first and channel it into the 13th. Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. What's this? Alright, so those are some ironwork balls. And so I consulted Sid and his fellows, who rose to the challenge and procured bespoke devices, Aether transmitters. These marvelous contraptions can be placed at locations of our choosing to facilitate the flow of Aether. In other words, we can use them to create Aether currents. That such a thing should be possible. We shall first direct Aether from Nabath Arang, where the flood of light was halted, into the Crystal Tower. We all know from personal experience the wonders of which it is capable, wonders which suit our needs perfectly. I should mention that the structure in the Azim Steppe, which the Allergens built to redirect Aether, was also a source of inspiration. Oh, it got bigger. About the same size, like, probably mass-wise, but... Once we have infused the Crystal Tower with sufficient Aether, we shall send it into the Rift. And the Aether transmitter shall guide the energy onto the 13th, like so. In this way, we shall have a lance of light which to pierce the shield of darkness. Or so I hope. No tests we performed were close to the scale of what we ultimately seek to achieve. I cannot guarantee success. It would hardly be the first time we played it by ear. True enough, but that's not a point of pride for me personally. Hi, Masonic! Science and theory aside, we need to place one or more of these transmitters in the first, I take it. I'm doing alright. A task we must entrust to you, Grant. Rest assured, I will provide you with what support I can. I wish to go as well. This world that you brought back from the brink, I would see it with my own eyes. But how dost thou intend to make the journey? In a spirit vessel. That's how yous and yours managed it, yes? Void sense summoning also sees the soul separated from flesh. This separation I can do at will. The principles are similar enough. If you aren't averse to traveling with company, I should be glad to lend Zero my vessel. Isn't that gonna be like a really weird, like, Freaky Friday, where we're basically gonna have Zero inhabiting Y'shtola's body back when she was in the first? Like, we're gonna be going places. It's not like Y'shtola's body is just gonna be stuck over at the Crystarium while we're doing, like, busybody work. Then it's settled. I shall finish preparing the transmitters, then help Zero transfer her soul. Pray see to your own preparations, and then let us reconvene at Mekaduta. Y'shtola will be along after she has seen to Zero's soul. Let us await her here. Apologies for the wait. Everything went smoothly. Zero's soul is now safely within the spirit vessel. I shall have the alchemist attend to her body until she returns. The vessel I placed in your care, along with the transmitters and a set of garments for Zero. I've also included instructions on how to operate the crystal tower, courtesy of Grahatia. While you're away, I'll join Urianger and the Loporits on the moon. They'll need help should the brands fail. A fine idea for my part. I shall continue to coordinate our efforts while I recover from my wounds. Given the task at hand, I suggest you speak with Rin. With her power over light, she is bound to be helpful in our efforts. But ere you do that or aught else, seek out Beglug as the foremost authority on soulcraft. They should be able to grant Zero a corporeal form. As I recall, the old Numau were rather fond of the Cabinet of Curiosity, so that should be your first stop. That's all from me. Go forth, Warrior of Darkness, and make your triumphant return to the First. I wonder how much time has passed in the First. Because isn't there like a thing where like each of the different shards, like the progression of time is different? Yep, sure, I'm gonna use an Aether ticket on that one. Excuse me. Cabinet of Curiosity. Let's go. But yeah, I stopped waiting for Ixion to spawn because, you know, I've been there for like an hour and I didn't want to spend my entire like 3 to 4 hours stream standing in the same spot. I wasn't exactly prepared to go on like, you know, conversation and such for 3 to 4 hours. I don't know if I was actually gonna, you know, be able to get onto any good conversation that, you know, the rest of you could join in on and what have you. Is that you, Grant? What brings you back across the rift? Honestly, first you ask me to extract the soul from a spirit vessel, and then you tell me you have designs to channel light to another reflection? Wicked white, Grant, is nothing ever simple with you. Ugh. I suppose some people can't help but find themselves at the center of world-changing events. Very well. If your world is in peril, then I shall do all in my power to aid you. While I tend to your companion, you should go speak with Rin. By all accounts, she practically lives at the Hortorium these days. I will look for you there once I finish. Thank you for the hyper himbo. God damn it. And you have to steal my shirt. Where's the... There's the exit. Excuse me. There she is. It was a big yawn, I will be real with you. So, Fridays and Tuesdays are normally my days where I'm working from home. That's why I was able to, like, you know, start streaming as soon as 5 p.m. because I didn't have to travel anywhere. I am literally in front of my desk all day, Tuesday and Friday. And it's probably not that great of an idea to make it where the days that I'm like not working and not, you know, needing to get out of my house and what have you in order to work, I probably shouldn't make those days where I'm also gonna just sit at my desk and stream for longer. At least not until I have like a standing desk or something to help, like, excuse me, in order to help, like, you know, return circulation and shit to my feet and not have me just sit here for long hours ready to, like, fall asleep or something. Ugh, stretching. There we go. Rin.
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more.
I'm pretty sure we already helped you with the empty right now.
But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants.
Did nothing we do at Eden help? I swear I helped you back in
Not just
Eden.
any plants, though, but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land.
Yeah, I did the Eden raids. I had free time. I didn't, like, I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't properly follow the story. But I can go through it again. I know of the whole, like, the gay crystal, the water, the grass, the trees. They're all back there. I see you've taken an interest in gardening. Also, where is her goth girlfriend?
What a welcome surprise!
There was like a goth with her, and now she's not here. Like, where is she?
It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing.
Because we were able to do all the raid stuff way back when
I've been studying botany, you
Shadowbringers
see.
was, you know, doing the
Hoping
patch
that the
content.
knowledge would help our work in the empty.
Fair enough. But last I checked, there's already
But
plants
never
in the
mind that
empty.
for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us.
Oh, there's an entirely different thing to do right now.
You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light?
Yes, because light is stagnation and darkness is change.
Please,
And the 13th
let me
shard
help.
is like, you know, or The 14th. Is it the 13th?
Though I've lost my connection to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
Not a bad idea. Oh, hey, there's Zero. Okay, I thought she was gonna be in the body of Y'shtola,
Tis
but...
done. Zero is now with us in the flesh.
That's cool.
The spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower.
Sounds good.
This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it?
That is the intention. It was written.
There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well.
I'm sorry, is that a thing? You, like, there's a levity in the way
I shall
people
see to the
write?
preparations as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That said, 'tis customary that my kind receive fitting payment for services rendered.
Services rendered.
Not unlike we Void sent then. In that case, you may devour some of my ether.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Now, let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
I don't know if this is, that's the same race as what you're
I shall
thinking
attend
already,
to the
so-
tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
So, because I know you're talking about the Ivalis, Ivals. Oh, is it the same race? Oh, okay. Whoops. my
Zero,
bad.
was it?
I was thinking
My
of like
name's
the Return
Reen.
to Valis
It's a pleasure to
raids
meet
that
you.
were during the Stormblood patch. I thought she was like different from that.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
That's the idea, I suppose.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
But yeah, how... Oh wait, I already asked how it's going. And, come on.
Just an ordinary sky.
Yeah, you purchased
Ordinary.
You purchased a gaming
beautiful.
PC from Aftershock, I think it was.
To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
Ah, nice. We got the title sequence now for Growing Light. I guess this is gonna be an interesting little like foray for her, like, cause I'm gonna be real. The 13th shard is in a far worse state than what it was when we arrived in the first. Like, I think the first could have ended up being way worse, but there was like, The only reason like the first wasn't as bad as the 13th was because, like, the Crystal Tower went back in time like 200 years before our point in time, and was able to, like, hold it back and shit. I've heard something of your deeds here, of how the warrior of darkness fought on, despite light ravaging his very being. Had I the self-same strength of spirit, perhaps I could have done more for my world. No, it isn't over yet. The 13th isn't beyond saving. That's why we're here. So, where to? Just lead the way. Alright, let's go for some marinated broccoli flour. I see they use aetherites here as well. Not that I'll be able to, having not attuned to any. I trust you're willing to walk with me. Oh, that's not the quest I need. I need to talk to her instead. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Mango Moonbear. That makes a lot of sense. The 13th is destroyed. Wait, what about the 14th? Do we still have the 14th shard, or was that like the first one gone? Let's head for Nabatharang. Since Zero can't teleport us to the Aetherite there, we should probably travel by Amaro. Captain! There you are. Thank goodness I'm not too late. Lena, I take it Beglug told you why he's here? More or less. Greetings and welcome. I am Lena, captain of the guard here at the Crystarium. Zero, is there something you require? When I learned of your plan to gather light to the Crystal Tower, I felt compelled to warn you of the potential repercussions. I know well that you would never use the tower for ill, nor without due caution. Even so, I believe I understand. Ever since the flood, light has been a source of pain and misery. Some fear it, still no doubt. Which is to say that some would be uncomfortable at the sight of it wielded as we intend. That is your concern, is it not? Precisely. It was light that nearly consumed our world. To use the Crystal Tower to harness the destructive force risks turning the tower into an object of fear. You may convince the Crystarium of the necessity of your cause, but it will not be easy to win over those outside of our walls. I worry this will undermine the fragile trust that we all have only begun to build with some communities. They may misunderstand your intentions. Tell me who they are and what misunderstandings they may have. I shall allay their concerns. Grant and I will go with her. People know us. Our presence will put them at ease. Thank you. I realize this will delay the execution of your plans, but I see no other way. Ow. Head. As for where to begin, I dare say Ulmar would be as good a place as any. Though ours is an amicable relationship now, we were at odds for long years. Ulmar was once ruled by a tyrant who wielded the power of light. Though he promised salvation, in truth he made slaves of his subject and sought to destroy any who defied him. He's gone now, thankfully, and a good man named Chai Nuz was elected mayor. Relations between our cities have improved much since then. Even so, there is a lingering rivalry between us. If the Crystarium were to harness light without warning, some Ulmarians might suspect we have ulterior motives. Thus would it be prudent to give them prior notice. If you explain that you seek to save the Warrior of Darkness's home, though, I should hope that they would give you their blessing. It's not... Oh, yeah, no, it is our home that we're trying to save, because the 13th is gone at this point, and the darkness from the 13th is trying to bleed into the source and take over that. Once again, yours is a name that commands respect and trust in the domain of your former enemies, as it does in Garlemald. Yes, that's exactly how it is. Where else should we visit? After Ilmore, I would suggest the Raktika Greatwood. There you will find the Night Blessed, a small collective which worships darkness, as well as the Vais, guardians of the secrets of ancient Ronka. The Vais are insular and will likely not object unless the light encroaches upon their territory. The Knights Blessed, on the other hand, would greatly benefit from your assurances that your actions will not adversely affect their lives. People who worship darkness. Fitting for a world all but consumed by light. Very well. We will treat with the people of Ulmore and the Knights Blessed. Here. Take these whisper weeds. I will let you know when all is in readiness for the tower. Right then. I should tend to my own tasks. Explaining the situation to the people of the Crystarium, and arranging for your transmitters to place based here and in Nabarath Rang. We're truly grateful. Thank you, Lena. Come. Let's head to Ulmore. Hopefully Chinuz will know how best to present our plan to everyone. Alright, yep, you're watching something right now. Next up, Ulmore. Okay, I'll need to get rid of that. Alrighty, Chide. What's that? Oh, okay, so they were doing their own thing. Alrighty then, alrighty then. Good gods, if it isn't Grant! To what do we owe the pleasure? Not another world-ending threat? Surely not. Surely not. There's a sensitive matter about which we thought it best to consult the city's esteemed mayor. I doubt I'd ever describe myself as such, but anyway, I can tell you're up to something. The kind of something I might want nothing to do with, but regardless, I should probably know. What is it? Gathering light with the Crystal Tower, you say? I would be lying if I said that doesn't bring back unpleasant memories, and I believe I speak for most Umlorians. We can hardly blame you. We have no reason to question your motives, of course, neither yours nor those of the Crystarium's leadership. A world engulfed in darkness, its corrupted inhabitants attempting to invade your own. It's rather a lot to process, but the desire to save one's home is something anyone can understand. I'm touched that you would show such concern for our feelings despite the gravity of your plight. Very well, you have my support. As if there were ever any doubt. Right. Let's gather the people at once. An explanation from you ought to ensure everyone understands. Not so fast, dearest. If I were to reveal everything at this juncture, many would be deeply unsettled, regardless of any assurances I offered. No, we need to first set the stage, spread word of the Warrior of Darkness's plight, that he is on a mission to save his world as he once did ours. Once the tale is common knowledge, I shall call an assembly and explain the need to harness the power of light to a populace far more amenable to the idea. To that end, might I trouble you to speak with our citizens about your predicament? 'Twould be most effective to hear the details from the hero himself, most likely to inspire solidarity for your cause. So, we appeal to the desire to aid the Warrior of Darkness to present light in a more positive light. Very well, Master Chai. Simples. Simples. If it's best that you do the talking, then we'll come with you. Fine by me. I'm content to observe. Once you have finished your rounds, I shall ask that you report to me. I should like to know how the people react. Lead the way, Grant. We'll be right behind you. From that conversation alone, I could see how much the people here trust you. Thanks to Julius and Thancred, I've grown better at recognizing it. What? You've met Thancred too? Right. Of course you have. I don't know why I said that. Right, let's find some citizens to speak with. I suggest we start here in the canopy before heading down to the understory and then the derelicts. Zero and Rin are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side as you create the... Alright, so we gotta head to the Beehive. We gotta head to the scantily clad stripper club. Yep, looks like they're going through some things. A tavern, and an extravagant one at that, but those dancers engage with the poles in such strange ways. Are they pantomounting a battle? A soldier thrusting their spear into the ground and using it to launch themselves at an enemy, perhaps? Given the world's violent history, it makes sense that displays of martial prowess would become popular entertainment. Yeah. Martial prowess. Thancred once told me that the people come to these places to savor some memories and drown the others. I imagine the Beehive was built primarily to help Umorians forget about Sin Eaters, even if only for a time. But now they can simply enjoy themselves. I can see the appeal, but don't worry. I know I'm still a bit too young for it. Where's the ladies? Alright, there's one up there. Oh, that's not... Okay, we need to talk to you, the pessimistic patron. I used to live for the moment, not caring what might happen on the morrow, but now that we have peace, I find myself thinking about the future and feeling anxious. What? Your home is threatened with destruction? Wicked White, why are you wasting time in a drinking hole? But as I say it, I feel the sting of hypocrisy. Gods, I need to take control of my life. I need to face my troubles head on, and the same goes for you. Okay, so we need to next go to the mainstay. Where is the mainstay? Oh, there's a thingy. Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm gonna need to do some parkouring. Give me a minute. Alright, hang on a second. Alrighty, so... here we go. Damn it. Maybe I don't need to jump for that point. Zero Sweaty will tell... Zero Sweetie. She's old enough. Ow. What was that for, Masonic? Alright, here we go, here we go. Let's try without shorter jump. Oh my goodness, would you look at that. Hell yeah. It only took me one try. Well now, the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Light both. How may I be of service? You're ravaging your enemy's plot to invade your world? Having heard tales of Sin Eaters ravaging countless villages, your plight feels all too similar. Come what may, I urge you to remain strong. You overcame the Light Wardens. You can overcome any adversity. And for what it's worth, I'm sure everyone here would be willing to help in whatever way we can. Alright, where's the next place we need to go? Yep, let's go to the Night Spoils. You're the Warrior of Darkness! I've never dreamed I'd have the honor, but why are you in Ulmore, if I may ask? Your home is in danger and you've come seeking help? If there's anything we can do for you, you need only ask. Things could be better here, of course, and we've got a long road ahead of us, but we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you and yours, and we'll never forget that. Oh, hey, it's the Teloses and shit. That thing there, cleaning up the debris. For a moment there, I thought it might be a void scent. In case you don't know, it's not uncommon for our kind to use statues as vessels. But I see now that it's more akin to the mechanical soldiers used by the Garleans. They come in all shapes and sizes, don't they? The 13th has indeed been completely engulfed, but it didn't even have the intended effect of breaking the barrier between the worlds that the Ascians intended. And it ended up a stagnant body from how you remember the Crystal Exarch explaining it. Yeah. So it didn't, like, yeah. I kind of remember that bit. Sort of. Not fully, but yeah, that rings a bell. Because it was this thing where, like, you know, the darkness, like, there was enough that did it, that kind of fucked it over, but not enough to, like, you know, break away, like, break the barrier between the shard and the source for all the, like, the dark ether to break into the source and do all the wobbly nonsense, so... Alright, hopefully I'm going to the right place. Yep, I did. Cool. So, the people are of one mind in their desire to help? Good, good. Why, just earlier I overheard a conversation about how the Warrior of Darkness is seeking to save their home. Your tale is spreading quickly. Then the plan is unfolded precisely as you envisioned. All that remains then is to assemble the citizens and explain Grant's need to gather light. For better or worse, I'm mayor of this city, and I will do my best to win them over. The idea is to create a calamity in the source where the aether of the... create a calamity in the source where the aether of the shard reaches catastrophic levels and overflows itself to rejoin with the source star. But the way the 13th was... Yeah, so, because the way the 13th... Because from your description, the dark aether also needs to have blooded into the source and what have you to do the whole calamity thing as well. But the problem is that we've not been getting, you know, huge amounts of darkness. We've been getting the void sent, but that was due to like all the different fissures and shit. It's not like, it wasn't like explicitly darkness aether. Hi. Who are you? Yes, you're her, the young lady who saved me from Vothri. I'd eaten enough meal to fall under his control, but you cured me. I wouldn't be alive today if not for you. Oh, I remember you too. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I do not remember this man. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought everyone that ate the meal was like, you know, turning into fucking light wardens. Cause, you know, the meal is made out of people. It's like soiling greens. The reason it didn't, and this is speculative, but the Ascians really had no idea what they were doing, and the 13th was the first attempt. They figured it out after the fuck up. Possibly. I only learned later that it was the Oracles of Light herself who saved me. Saved all of us. I didn't know if I would ever see the chance to express my gratitude. I'm sure it was nothing for someone with your power, but thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. How are you feeling, Sasharia? You still feeling like COVID-y? What is this meal? Soiling green. Food made from the light-tainted flesh of sin eaters, you say? I see. The more they ate, the more the light's corruption spread. Right, and because of that, they became susceptible to Vothri's commands, as he could make the sin eaters do his bidding. Thankfully, I was able to suppress Light's influence and free everyone from his control, and there seems to be no lingering effects. You say that as if it were some small feat. I've seen countless souls corrupted by darkness, and someone with the power to heal them would be regarded as a great figure, and never know peace. My gift has been a burden. Many have suffered for it, died for it. You could also argue that her gift, like, came from all kinds of other, like, before she was Rin, she was just called Minfilia, because it turns out that, like, Minfilia, the Oracle of Light, was just reincarnating into a whole ton of different people in the first, with that whole Oracle of Light power nonsense. And it was only until, you know, Rin and the events of Shadowbringers that we were able to, like, you know, have her gain a little more control over the whole, you know, Oracle of Light stuff, and instead of just simply being, oh, you're a reincarnation of Minfilia, she's now her own person. She's now Rin. A little bit. Feeling a lot better than you did yesterday for sure. You've been playing a lot of Z's. Nice. I log on to it when people do instances and stuff. Fair enough. I have not gone too far into this patch, as you no doubt can tell. I'm still a few missions away before we get to the instances that this patch should have. My gift has... yeah, I already read that. There were times when I wished I didn't have it, when I wanted to run away from everyone and everything. But I had friends to encourage and guide me, to help me learn not just to embrace my gift, but to take charge of my life, to change my fate. Cowboy tippin'. And so you did just that. The people of this world are resilient indeed. Alright, gets that mission done, and we move on to the next one. That's a half-void scent like me managed to escape the flood of darkness. For all these years, I never stopped to wonder why, to wonder if I had a greater part to play. Well, perhaps it's time I took charge and considered what I might be able to do for others. The answer is here in the first, and I will find it. Oh my god, augmented lunar envoy rings? Really? If we have no further business here, let's move on. Where to next? Slitherbow, the home of the Knights Blessed in the Raktika Greatwood, will explain the situation to their leader, Runar. Minfilia was more or less taking over new Minfilias each time, same way the Ascians would reincarnate, but it wasn't something she wanted to do forever. And again, don't know if the other children ever got a choice, but Rin obviously did. I reckon the reason, like, Rin did is because of the obvious fact that, like, because beforehand, everyone just regarded, like, the Minfilia reincarnations as, like, oh, it's the Oracle of Light and all this kind of nonsense. And they didn't, like, you know, send her to the edge of the thingy-majiggy and all that kind of nonsense, like Thancred did. And, you know, I think it was bound to happen. Someone with the power of the Oracle of Light would, like, you know, be an independent self and what have you. But the reason why it's an interesting story for us and that it happens now is because we are the Warrior of Light, and we got that to happen. We took her back to the Whatsamahuzi place, and she has her moment with Minfilia, and she learns and, like, you know, appreciates life, and that while the gifts might be seen as a burden, they are still gifts. And so she wishes to command her own fate. Something that Thancred, when he first heard about all this, when he was protecting Rin as Minfilia at the time, you know, was having a very hard time to, you know, confide with. But, you know, Thancred and Minfilia feels, so. Oh, oui. Grant, you are a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Will you be staying long in Slitherbow? Though, having said that, I suspect that it isn't just a social call. A great plan is in motion, and the Knight Blessed deserve to know. Oh, we need to speak with you as a leader of the Knights Blessed. It's important. Ah, so it is more of a formal visit. That's fine. Why don't we get right to it, then? What? Your world? Master Matoya's world is in grave danger? Master Matoya? Y'shtola. She took another name in accordance with custom when she lived among the Knights Blessed. They believe light taints everything that it touches, even their true names. Out of respect, don't speak hers here. You are Zero, yes? The one come from a world consumed by darkness. I suggest a convince of such a place. A pitch-black pall shrouded the sky, which neither the light nor the sun nor the star can pierce. It is the opposite of what you once knew here in Norvrant. That being the case, I'm sure you can relate to our situation. All too well, monsieur. You have my deepest sympathies. And in order to break back the darkness in your world, you would harness light from ours? 'Tis simple yet brilliant idea. Only Master Matoya could have convinced of such. The Novarant is still in our thoughts, that we are still. So, you're not opposed to our plan? We, Night Blessed, may place our faith in the dark, but we may never sought to force our beliefs onto others. In your deliverance lies in light, and then by all means avail yourselves of it. I'm surprised. From what I was told of your people, I was certain you would disapprove of our methods. Do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it to be ascendant. Rather, in darkness there is peace that we can speak to make our own through prayer and self-reflection. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful, even darkness, as you and yours know too well. It is the wielder who is righteous or evil, not thy weapon. If you would wield light for a noble cause, then who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that night has been restored in our world. Perhaps nevertheless. I wish you the best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way into darkness. Now then, to make this joyous occasion, I must offer you a proper welcome into Sliverborough. You might find this interesting, Zero. If you say so. Right, let us begin with the customary greeting. Grant, I trust you remember how to announce yourself as a friend of the Blessed.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
I am going to get myself a drink. Island tuna. Bumblebee tuna? Grabbing a drink. BRB. Be right back.
That's still your shirt. I'm
Google before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second, let me put my keyboard up so I can do so I can drag it across the desk to watch this nonsense.
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute-made outfit and love.
And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, nope, wait. Yeah. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic?
Damn it, I wish
Oh! Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh! Yes, nice work. Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? Burden, you can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like follow you and such like that for now. Yes. Oh, all right. Thank you, Cap.
like I said, I'd win.
Oh shit! Hey, Griffin! Is it supposed to feel like... Is there supposed to be like a point where like... Or a condition where the muscles in your foot, or like your foot overall, feels almost like bigger than the skin that's over your foot?
Oh my god.
Is that like a real thing? Hold on a sec, you probably can't hear a thing I'm saying. Is it like a thing? Is there like a condition where the foot, like the thing with like the muscle, the bone, the blood, yada yada, is there like a condition that would explain why that kind of stuff, like of the foot, somehow feels as if it's bigger than the skin around the foot? So like you'll do like so like you'll stretch your feet, like instead of having like them like, you know, with the normal like bend and what have you, then like you know, move your feet forward or something, like you do that, like you flex them forward or something like that, and it just feels like there's like, you know, something restraining across like the top of your foot. Alan Tuta. Friends old and new, I bid you welcome to Slitherbower. Alan Tuta? What does it mean? In the language of the Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say, good evening. This greeting allows us to quickly discern friend from foe. A simple expression, but in a world bereft of night, the words held deep meaning. They were a reminder of a world as it was, when the sun and the moon and the stars yet danced across the sky, and we were wished to one another well as the day gave way to night. A communal tradition, so the words serve to bind us. Indeed, we are no longer strangers, you and I. Next we shall have you cleansed of light's impurities. Present yourself to Davith in yonder room. He will be glad to see you. I need to learn French again. I'm gonna be up in the United States in Christmas time, but the thing is that there's gonna be like some friends of, like, my grandfather has like this there's like a French family as well, and like they speak French, like a lot of French, and I don't know how to speak French. I'm gonna have to learn how to speak French again. There you are. Your friend has just been cleansed. How do you feel? Wet, but otherwise no different. I would have been surprised if you'd said otherwise. Even so, it is customary to cleanse yourself of light with water blessed by our priests. But you have darkness again, do you not? Why continue the custom? Why, for the same reason that it was conceived, to pray for the safety of friends and visitors alike, as we pray for yours this day. Safe travels, friend, and may blessed shadow keep you. Right. If that's all, let's return to Runa and see if there's any other customs I must observe. Come, Grant. Jump, 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 jump. Oh, I should probably talk to the... I can't remember if I've talked to this guy before. Hang on a second. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to the... Yeah, there we go. Good thing I remembered. There. Oh, okay. Is this thing voiced or not? Let's see. Okay, it's not voiced? Cool. Alright, chat. Get ready for this. You ready for this? You better be ready for this. Let me just up the game real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here we go. You ready for this, chat? How did that sound? Oh, that's a cool emote. Bookie, that's amazing. Hey, Het. Oh, Bulbasaur made that emote. That's cool. I like it. I like the note-taking emote. That's a cool emote. Nice work. I've undertaken the ritual. And while I can't explain it, I feel more confident than I did before. Just a touch. I'm glad you hear it. With the Warrior of Darkness at your side, I've no doubt that you will save your two worlds. If we can defeat Zero Mist, then the source should be safe. But nothing would change for my own world. There would just be one less void sent to struggle over scraps with the rest. Is that so? Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. It's fine. I was under no illusion. Look, I didn't take my shirt off purposefully, okay? That was Het. Het did that. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. I wish it were different, of course. Grant, can you hear me? Have you met with the people of Ulmor and Rakatika? Excellent. Then we may proceed to the next phase of the plan without. Beglug has informed me that the tower is ready, so make for Nabatharang at your leisure. I'm Sonic. I've arranged for you to rendezvous with Kassad en route as well. Not only can he take you to the site of the flood, but he will also know where best to place the transmitters, given his familiarity of the route between the Crystarium and Amarang. He will be in Twine on business shortly, so I've asked him to wait for you there. Nice. Alright, cool. Ah! Excuse me, throat. It's all coming together. To Twine, then! Oh. Ah! Me slurping up a giant burger in one bite, just going like, what a bite. Oh hey, they're going through the level 90 stuff as well. Good for them. Alrighty then. Speak with them at the Twine. T is for twining. Your timing couldn't be better, Grant. I've just finished up my business here. Lena has told me all. It would be my pleasure to take you to Nabatharang. Thank you. As soon as the other helpers arrive, that is. They're supposed to be along any moment now. Huh? Grant, is that you? We understand you are faced with quite a predicament, and when an esteemed customer is in need, the merchants of Mortsug are eager to provide. The captain bade us assist you, sir, to ensure the light is delivered to the Crystarium. Members of our guard will place transmitters in Lakeland, and the good people of Mortsug will do likewise.
Renee underscore the underscore Rosenroth moth demands you drink.
Alright, hang on. Stretch. And a quick drink of water instead of the rum and coke that I currently have opened up. Thank you, thank you. Yet more people clamor to help you. It's almost be more surprising if they hadn't shown up. If everyone is ready, then let's get to work. Wait! Carts, you're heading to Nabatharang and didn't think to call on us? While most of our Talos are still in a sorry state, we've spared no effort in maintaining the trolley. We've even upgraded it, as a matter of fact. It's faster than ever and can deliver you to Nabatharang in no time at all. After everything you've done for us, we can't just idly sit by. Spancrid would never let us hear the end of it. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Also, am I coming out all right on the microphone? Hopefully I am. I think I am, right? Should be. Yep, sounds like it. I dare say we have ample help. Come, let's go and acquire our light.
So this is the flood of light.
Yes, it is.
I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see. Let's get started then, shall we?
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
Ready as we'll ever be.
Such radiant light. It's almost too much for one steeped in darkness, like me.
I didn't know if I told you already, but you have a new job. You now work in 2 different restaurants and in a museum nearby. Wait, the restaurant has existed for over 100 years, or the museum has existed for over 100 years?
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
If this power were mine to wield.
What are you thinking?
darkness, nor to light!
I don't know, it looks like you're kind of failing at the light one. That's not
Zero!
good. Hello?
She's taken light into herself.
That wasn't a smart idea. Hello?
Her body struggles to contain it. She needs help.
Yeah, the last time I absorbed that kind of...
Thank goodness. How do you feel?
Better now, I think.
Then you're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate. Once, I would never have dared to dream it. But your friendship and your trust has helped me to see new possibilities. In myself and everything else. Perhaps that's why, when I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as well.
An Oreochromis.
To become a world where light and darkness are in harmony, and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare. That's what possessed me.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid to share it. There was a time when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself. But then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself, and find the strength to live. And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem. No matter where I am. To be able to think that brought me peace. And it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Those who believe in us. I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check and help your body accept it.
Okay. Will be an interesting training montage. With the power of light and dark, you'll be unstoppable.
I certainly hope so. Right then. I'm counting on you. Here I go. feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Cool.
Then I believe it worked.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
Sounds like a plan. Ding. We've done our part, and I trust that the others will see the light to your destination. It's time we return to the source. I shall seek out Beglug and have them return my soul to the spirit vessel. Yeah, no, you're probably right. Hang on a second. How about this? Is this better? That's probably better right now, isn't it? Oh, wait, no. I need to talk to Ren. You spy a tinge of sadness. Well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend to or people to visit. What I did is I heightened the gain. So then that way I was able to crack open a cold one, and you would be able to hear all the details and shit. And then I lowered the gain back down before I started speaking again. It's possible that I lowered it too far down, so I had to, like, you know, just take it up a notch. Or, actually, hang on. There we go. Well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend to or visit, but I look forward to seeing you ahead. Yep, cool. Dun. Ba, 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 ba. Hang on. Alright, press R. We're currently going through back in action. So, the mission after this should have the trial in the dungeon available. The Ocula. Okay, so that's for Ruby, Emerald, Diamond. Has to get to G Warrior shit. That's all the materia nonsense, which I do not have access to. And that's for Mark 2 materia. Nice. Okay, so I don't have it in the diamond dresser. Do I have... No, don't even have those. Oh, well, I'll get those another time. You should log in. Is Dano gonna be on as well? It'll be fun. Can't believe it's finally you and me and you and me and your friend Grant. Do 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 Grant. Do 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 Grant. Into the Ocula we go. The tower stands ready to send light into the rift, and Zero's soul is secure in her vessel once more. Our helpers across the realm have also sent word that the transmitters are in place. Once the others have been set on the moon of Zero's world, we should have the foundation for our ethereal current. To make matters easier, The transmitters broadcast a powerful signal that can be detected by the tower, even across the rift. Upon confirming that the tower void ones are active, we will send forth the light. The rest will be up to you. We'll all be praying for your success. Now go. Make haste back to the source and save your world. Cool ring. Kind of useless. Excuse me. Grant, thank heavens you've returned. The Loporits report that the brands are on the verge of failing. We have no time to spare. I shall restore Zero to her body at once. Ah, that's better. Sorry, hang on. I'm just doing... Bink. I just opening a booster pack card, because I keep forgetting to open these boosters, and I'm doing them, like, in the middle of shit, because it's like, bored-ish. Seeing what I pull out in nonsense. Ooh. Annie's Joy. Enters the battlefield, 5 damage to each target creature or planeswalker. If a triggered ability of a legendary creature you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Ooh, that would be a nice one with the Xenagos. Destroy target creature with fine. You can cycle it. Razzle Dazzler. Honestly, that's a very funny foil to get. Ah, that's better. I was worried that the soul transference process might affect the light I absorbed, but it feels as potent as before. The radiance of your soul was impossibly blindly. I don't know how you would have managed without Rin's help. While Rin helped me to contain the light, it was you, all of you, who gave me the courage to even make the attempt. Your friendship, your acceptance. That includes the people of the First, the Knights Blessed in particular, showing me great kindness, as did Runar, whose only regret seems to be that you could not join us. A regret we share. Ours is a reunion long overdue. If all is in readiness, then I will assume my dragon form and fly to the moon. In the meantime, pray make your way back to the Drowning Brand. There we shall reconvene before sallying forth once more into the void. Okay, maybe now you start logging in and such like that. Because after this, it's the mission. Dirt. Boom. Oh, one of the mounts. This is one of the recent mounts I got as well. I was able to do like enough high thingy-majiggies to get myself a bear. It's not like the coolest bear. Is happily sitting on Z's for now, so just me. Ah. See. Would anyone else like to join in the 6.5 stuff? Oh, I overshot it. Bear Force 1. Yeah, I got that one. So the next one I need to go for is, where are you? Oh, too far. So the next one I need to go for is this one here, going through 300 of the level 61 and above, like, dungeons, or, like, you know, extreme trials, the Unreals, high duty stuff. So, like, the stuff from, like, level 60 upwards, which might be difficult to do. I think this used to say level 51 and above, but now it says, like, 61. Each roulette only counts with daily award bonuses. So yeah, so I need to do like dailies, which means like if I was a proper person, I'd be getting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 marks a day if I was a proper, like, you know, grinder into the thing. But you know, GrantZeebs ain't a grinder. That ain't his style. It could be, but I'ma be real, it probably ain't. So it is what it is. All right. But yeah, and then I have like all the way down here, I'm like aiming for the of unyielding steel, but I'm gonna be real, I probably want to put that one. All right, so I'm gonna remove that one from the watch list. I'm gonna add this one to the watch. Actually, what I should probably do is I should probably filter it so it only shows the mount award stuff. Complete 200 high-level duties as a paladin, as a dark knight. I'm gonna... Yep, so I've already got that one marked. Obtain the blue unchained and masked thing. Okay, that's probably not gonna happen. There's nothing for the dungeons, the raids, the hunts. Achieve the bring your A game 5 and your S game 5. I don't know how to do those. A Victor Rissel. And then these are treasure hunts. Okay, add that, and add that. Emerge victorious in a combined total of 30 Feast or Crystallium while using a title received from the Disreputable Priest. I do not know what the Disreputable Priest is. 200 games. Oh my god, that's gonna take a while. 100 victories. Morrow Outrunner identity card. Complete 2,000 duties. Oh my god. 2,000 duties in the mentor thing. Oh my goodness. Accommodations. Alright, so I've claimed that one. So I need to get 3,000. I only have 564 accommodations. It's gonna take a while. Earn 500,000 points towards a... Ooh, maybe. Obtain the achievement Annals of War, Archaeology, and Liberation. Unlock all exorcism records on Mount Rokon. Conservation, surveys, okay. Damn. Alright. living way. Time to take the fight to the enemy, is it? The darkness has been utterly relentless, gnawing at the seal like I might an iron carrot. Strike fast and hard, because you won't get another chance. As a precaution, we further enhance the combat supporters. You don't need to worry about us while you're away. I shall maintain my vigil over the brands. Pray see that thou art ready to depart as soon as Vatra and the others have assembled. May the light shine the way to victory and deliver you all safely home. Disreputable priest is on the wolf's den, Pierre, and gives the reward for PvP collab. Ah, okay. I need to learn how to PvP as a tank. I feel like it's different to just doing normal PvP against NPCs. Alrighty then. 0. The dark pall over the crater has grown thicker, and on the other hand side lies Golbez's domain. He'll have altered the terrain to hinder us. I don't sense his presence, but I wager he is in the crater. It would be ideal if he were. I shall hurry and place the transmitters. Once they are activated, our cross rift... I almost thought that said crossfit for a second. Fucking crossfit? Cross rift ethereal current will be established, and light will flow freely from the first. In theory, at least. It will work. It must. Direct hit rate. Dun, 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 dun. Is this another cutscene?
All is in readiness.
Yep.
Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Areng.
Replete?
Commencing transmission! It works! It works! Light is flowing into the void!
Flowing!
May this light illuminate your way.
You can do it, Zero. I believe in you.
Look, an opening.
It worked. Let us waste no time and sally forth. Alas, I fear the breach may be too narrow for you, Vritra.
Damn.
For a blessing, I prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
Why must I suck a lemon?
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm. "'Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus. Not where she was held captive before, but somewhere much deeper."
The descent will not be so easy this time. The chasm swarms with void scent.
What's with my butt?
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready? Zero?
Ow.
That light should shine in the void once more.
Nice. You're not allowed to throw bigger burgers at me.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another. But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs. It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet... there is something I must know. A truth that lies waiting in the dark.
Yeah. Bing. Ding. Bong. Rest assured, I will not let my emotions overwhelm me. When the moment comes, I will call to my sister, and I will wrestle her free from Zeromus.
Night Sky Gem paid me to say goodnight, Jarl. Time for bed. You enjoy the streaming and all the big hugs and cat meows to everyone.
Thank you, Sky. You have a wonderful sleep. Hopefully you don't have too bad of a rest as it reaches like further into the morning for you. Night night. The crater awaits. Woe betide any who bar our path. Excuse me. The lunar subterrane is now accessible. The lunar subterrane. Yeah. Oh wait, I need to invite Sash. They're doing something. Cool. Here we go. Enter with other players. Learn in progress, allowing Japanese, English, German, and French. Woo! Instapop! God damn you, DPSs. Faster! Why is DPS so slow? The Luna Subterrane. Mike Wazowski! Sorry. Hi, Phantom! Welcome to the stream! Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. How are things? Ugh. Alright, let's try it. Doing my best. You doing alright? You just sleepy? Not to worry, not to worry. If you need to unwind or anything like that after stream, that is okay. You're fine to do so. Did I just get pulled? Or was I pushed then? Push. Because I moved. I definitely moved then. Bam. Boom. Cutscene cells. Yep. Oh, I see, because the staff is there. Oh, do we stand on the triangles? Okay, I guess we stand on the triangles. Oh, yeah, because she showed off the square, so we have to use the opposite. Alright, so we gotta avoid here. Easy enough. Wait, Sorceress Shroud? What? I don't know if that's... Ah, what do you... Get out of the... Here. Oh, I forgot about the fucking, thingy. There we go, we got him out of that hit. Bracers of slaying. Yeah, I'm good. Pass. Whee! You're getting a new OC, you're gonna put her in a maid outfit. Okay. You find it discarded and it suddenly grows up. Ow. Oh, it's his memory.
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
Yep.
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice. Will not fall here. Fear my wrath. Will not fall here. They knew we were elsewhere. Cowards. I think not. Fear my wrath!
Get it. Big bounce. Legitimate.
For king and country!
God, this memory is so vivid.
Fear my wrath! This one is dangerous. Have care, Golbez.
Okay, the pillars are gonna do something. I went too far. I didn't realize there was a second pillar to worry about. Oh, shit. I did that correctly. Too bad. Okay, so the dash ability works to get out of there as well. That's good to know. Wasn't too sure if it would.
That they command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
Sorry, I wasn't healing. I wasn't doing like the. I wasn't using my numbers. I was using button clicks.
For king and country! King and country!
Alright, so that was the second. So we had the second boss in there. Are we gonna have like the third and final
we'll
one
be
in here
faster
before
if
we
we
get to
split up.
close? Alright, let's split them up. Gargoyles. Seriously? Where's the enemies? Oh, that's a problem. Alrighty. And I'm... Ooh, okay, so this is our final battle, it seems. Cool.
Golbez!
Did you see it?
Yep. So the weird memento thing blasted Golbez. So then Golbez got like void sent shitted.
This can't be happening. Not to you.
Just let me watch it.
My friend, my hero. I will stop you even should it cost me my life.
Okay. Durante, the Memorite.
I will fight you with all my strength.
He's doing something called
Ether to fortify my blade.
Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of things on the ground.
I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you.
Sash is probably not like it that I got so many vulnerability. Oh shit, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I used the...
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
I'm gonna be real with you, I panic pressed that one. Oh, what the shit? Okay, so... Oh, no. That
So, I'll not be bested. Not this day.
Oh, Jesus. How am I still alive? Sash ain't gonna be happy with me.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, what the? Oh, bait?
It's over, my friend.
I was so close to not having vulnerability stacks, and then the next thing you know, I'm on 7 vulnerability stacks. Oh shit. Yep. Oh.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
Oh, shit. Is it there that we want to go? Hopefully so. I think I was at like 8 vulnerability stacks. I'm sorry. I love how Sash is like, you owe me big time. You owe me big time. I'm sorry, Sash. I'm sorry. I promise I wasn't trying to make your life hard. Oh, hey. Come on, Sash. We got one more in you, right? We got one more in you. Come on. Hey, maybe you got 2 commendations, huh? Wouldn't that be something? You could get 2 commendations. I'm amazed I didn't, like, you die once. I am god tier. Thank you so much for keeping me alive. I wasn't even, like, I didn't even want to, like, leave it as, like, oh, the healer will get me alive. I was, like, anytime I thought I could do Blood Wedding, I was like, okay, Blood Wedding, Primal Rend, Inner Release, just anything to keep me alive. And then I, like, hit it with the, and then I was like, oh, wait, I have Equilibrium. So... You know, what accommodations for? I mean, like, it's not important. What matters is we all survived. Is what matters. It doesn't matter who got the accommodations and how many accommodations they got.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal. I am only the knight I am because of you. Because you believed in me!
I'm taking the damage. I had a probably lost you a few times in that. Possibly. Is this his villain arc? Is this where we learn he's Golbez?
You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you.
Be back soon? Not to worry, Jason.
So rest easy, my friend, and entrust your legacy to me.
God damn. I like how Bruiser Dano gave me like
You
the
will
little
never
notes of just
die.
like, hey Grant,
This I
apparently
swear.
you give Sash problems with your stacks, you take more damage. Now 7.
Through me your name
Now
shall
8.
live on, as the hero who saves the world.
So, yeah.
We've been released from the memory, 'twould seem.
Well, yeah, because the Memorite died at that point, so that's how we would be released. Ooh, excuse me.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this memoria,
then the person we've been fighting was Golbez's friend.
Then the one we've been fighting is...
No more than an imposter playing at hero.
Durante, I presume.
A name long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez. Come what may, I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
You seek to free all souls from the purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well. For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone. But I was wrong. We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would reconsider your course.
Alright, so you're trying the empathy route? Fair enough.
If you possessed power which transcended that of Zeromus, then perhaps I would. But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Does he honestly not sense the light aether inside
Perhaps
Zero?
we aren't all powerful, and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so.
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning. Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power. Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Ascian Igeom.
Who?
Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war.
Oh, was she the was she the
Believing
Ascian
her
from
every
the
word, I struck
Containment
him
Bay
down
stuff?
and caused darkness to engulf the world.
What? Then it was you who...
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed, because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiac without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Hence the failure of the 13th. With
Having
Lahabrea
left the
fused to become
ruin
Ascian
of
Prime
our
as
world, the Ascian
okay.
fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others. Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the great flow.
We're getting 2 days of free sub time next week? Free sub time?
The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective.
The 13th. Yeah, so like the thingy-majiggy that was meant to be guarding over the sundered, similar to the Watcher on the Source that did all the binds, or that was like observing all the brands.
Finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascian's god, sealed within the moon, suddenly dispersed into ether.
That would have been us.
With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land, and the death we have been too long denied. Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
Very biblical salvation as well.
So that is all you have left.
Yeah.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus's awakening.
I will absolutely accept free days as well. That is not a crazy thing for me to accept.
We're going after him, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides... when someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
Yeah. Good on Euless. Alrighty then. Ding, 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 ding. What's Zero gonna say? Let us press on. In the darkest recesses of the moon await Golbez and Zeromus. They are resolved to save their world and condemn yours. Are you prepared to brave the dark? Darkness. I think this is literally the smoothest expansion launch I've ever seen. Queue times were maybe 20 minutes at peak, which is next to nothing. Oh yeah, like for me, during like even like the times that I have been jumping in to play, even random times that would have been peak American, I was only ever like, I think 20 or 50th in the spot. I think my longest wait would have been back when there was like 800 people in the queue, but that was like at the very beginning of the Dawn Trail early access.
Must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost.
Would Dano or Tabitha like to join in?
as I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms.
Plus, they gave like a lot of people like
you to this
warning ahead of time of like, oh hey, maybe it might be beneficial to try and log in on our new Dynamis Cloud server, which is the intention of the Dynamis server is that rather than having it being like hard-coded, physical server, it would instead be, wait, I thought we defeated all these. I definitely remember defeating 2 of you. And you were in a crystal and everything. What the fuck?
The Archfiends live?
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
Impossible. Scarmiglione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria, while Cagnazzo and Rubicante died in the Source.
Yep. I remember.
You're not wrong. They are not the true Archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
Server upgrades
If they are
did really
shades,
show.
then
Yeah.
their strength
So
will
they
pale in
did
comparison.
server upgrades
Even should they
for-
fight as one, we may yet prevail.
So yeah, they did server upgrades for all their physicals, and the Dynamis server is a North American cloud server. The benefit with the cloud server is that they can make it a veritable, like, larger and smaller, so they're not paying a huge premium to keep it to like the high quality that they need during like, peak expansion times. So they're able to like reduce its cost during like smaller like instances.
Go! We'll join you as soon as we can.
Oh, you want me to fight them alone? Oh man, if only I had like some sweet hard candy to help me. Oh wait, I got some. Where the fuck am I going? Oh yeah, to deal with Zero Miss. I was just like, wait, I thought we were dealing with Golbez, and it's just like, nope, Zero Miss is probably the place to try right there with the Zodiarch Aether inside them.
It is too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, he has faced insurmountable odds.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, he's never given up the fight.
Yeah, so Zodiarch, that one, so he was born from 7 calamities, was it? So like, so he was like he was at like half strength, and we're dealing with something with like a 14th of his power. I think I did the math right there, right?
So long as he has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in him, and he believes in us. And together, our
Zodiarch was 7 times rejoined, so yeah, half. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 7 times rejoined. It would only be 6, because the 7th Umbral Calamity was this one, wasn't it, technically? Like, the Void Sent were coming in during the events of Final Fantasy 1.0, wasn't it? Like, wasn't that the thing? Look, I can't fix crunchy audio. It will happen, but it doesn't happen often, thankfully. So yeah, because, like, I'm pretty sure the 7th Umbral Calamity was, like, the concern back in 1.0/A Realm Reborn. The 13th never rejoined, so there was no Calamity of the Source. Yeah, but wasn't the 13th technically the thing responsible for the 7th Umbral Calamity that was going off. And then the first shard was going to be for the 8th Umbral Calamity, but we stopped the 8th from off. That would have been the personality of Ajdaya. Say that until we get to the actual fight mechanics. Yeah, sounds like it's gonna be a bit of a tricky one. Shoutouts for the hard candy to help me. Release Ajdaya. It's a healer's fight, which is to say help. Righto, noted. Would Dano like to join us? Or anyone else? The Abyssal Fracture is now accessible. Yeah, nah, we're in, what's Maguzi? They're still doing something there elsewhere. Oh, they're in Ultros, weirdly enough. Dan shakes. Oh, come on. One of these days, Dano. One of these days. Also, if you DM Damo, he tells me about. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, Sash? But yeah, no, what, so, if you were wondering why I was just sort of like, oh, you know, oh, maybe the commendations don't matter, and it's just like, oh, let's just move on from that. It's because I saw in the chat log, you received a commendation, you received a commendation, and I was just like, oh, that's why Sash didn't get two. Clear that, then put the Abyssal Fracture on. Do a ready check before we go into it, see if Sash is okay. Yeah, it sounds like Sash is okay. Oh my goodness, Insta. Game volume might need to go down a smidge. Ding. Configuration, sounds. Like 45? Also, who is this what is with this what is with the random DPSs that are not paying attention? We're waiting on you. There we go. We are a full party. A lot of people are leveling as Pictomancer and Viper. Let's see how many Pictomancers and Vipers there are. Ooh, a 100 black mage. I wonder, are they going to be doing a lot of running? Alrighty. Okay, it looks like Sophia Ryder's gonna take this. Oh, that's just a fucking ball. Okay, I didn't realize it was. Ow. Oh, I get my health back to slow way. Oh, what the shit? I probably should have popped that a little bit earlier. No, there we go.
Seize the
Seriously, they're only like at 75% right now. Oh, what the? There we go. Just in case. Maximum health is penalized. There isn't a phase 2, is there? What's with the lights?
Sipping time sponsored by
Back time for
Feeblester.
sipping time. There we go. Woo! There was a Final Fantasy IV reference in there? I didn't realize there was a Final Fantasy IV reference there. Yeah, no, I heard, Bookie. You sent me a message on. You sent me a message in the Discord because of the discounts and what. Oh, they all left. Dano, you at me and Sashera, and you put it in the me. You could have put that in general. You could have put that in general, and the point would have still been across. Besides, that like DM message would only be like a good funnies if you include the clip of just like. Of me trying to, like, you know, rally Sash back in of like, you did a great job. You're gonna get 2 accommodations for this, and then we get out of it, and it's just like Sash got none, and then it's like, oh, what accommodations anyway? Yeah. helping us.
Like all void sent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way.
Yeah, but then we lose out on Azdaja. How long was I fighting down there for?
That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell for the Ascian's ploy and unleashed the darkness.
Also, thank you for the self-care, Bookie. I drank some water.
And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all? No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail? I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me.
We just need to have like a taxiing service going off.
A light
the
that
13th and the
illuminates
1st
the
now.
way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light, it was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
Just have any of the like void sent head over into the first, absorb
You
some
think
light,
we are
come back over
capable of
here,
the
expel the
same?
light, and we're good. You start balancing out the two.
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as void sent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try.
You have gone
You asked
a
me to join
long
hands
way,
with you once,
Zero.
and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake. But I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
You don't have any confirmation of such, and it's purely theorized, but you suspect that Golbez, like the Golbez that's in the memoriam, was the shard of our soul from the 13th. It's possible? Like, I guess the question is then, like, has our quote-unquote, like, has a shard of Azum's soul always existed throughout the time? So, like, reincarnate, so, like, you know, every time someone with the soul of Azum would die, and they go back into the Great Flow, the soul, like, you know...
all those years ago. Yes, I remember
That's
now.
because they were just very specific about
We
not showing
hoped
his
you would
face.
join us
It
in
was a
our
bit odd
quest
that they
to
were
end the
specifically
Contra
trying not to show
Memoria.
his face. I do understand the
But you
personal
rejected
theory
us
there.
outright.
I like the
It
headcanon.
left both of us discouraged.
I think it does play credence
Golbez
into the
most
idea
of
that there,
all.
like, no matter the shard, there is
If
a
we
hero.
could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything.
Because let's be real, like, arguably, you could
Even
say
in the
that
midst of
Ardbert
that
from the first shard
terrible
was
war,
a, you know,
he
a
never
shard of
stopped
Azum.
believing in others. Not
The Warrior
even
of Light of
at
the
the
13th
end.
is the kid from the side quest line of the Sephiroth, Sophia, and Zervan? Oh. Where do we get this knowledge?
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
Incantation. The ability to summon allies from far afield. As the Ascians we brought about joining in attempt to restore the
You
desperate
truly
fragments of
believe
Azum's
the
soul
world of
presence
old can be ours again?
Shards would merge with the fragment found on the source. This greater
I
part of
do.
their soul would eventually be
So long as we
reincarnated
work
the Warrior of
together.
Light, while the first fragment would have become Ardbert. Okay, cool. So yeah, Ardbert is like a shard. So, but they don't. It doesn't look like there's a sort of confirmation of who would have been the shard from 13.
We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ajdaya.
Understood.
Your guess is that Golbez and the kid are a reverse Clara and Menphilia situation?
Zero!
Maybe. But the title doesn't necessarily inherit being a shard of Azum, does it? Like, all the travelers from the first were technically Warriors of Light, but Ardbert was the one who shared our soul's color. Yeah, no, so... Yeah, Ardbert shared our soul's color, which, you know, that plays into the whole, you know, him being a shard. And plus, this Final Fantasy Wikia seems to be in the same vein as I'm thinking of, like, Ardbert and I... Because of our whole Link nonsense, that was, you know, sort of a confirmation in a way that Ardbert was a shard of us. And then, you know, he joined with us and we became stronger Warrior of Light for it.
Disorienting.
Also, I need to delay that average. Oh, Dad, it's gonna go off.
Further away.
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up.
Hold fast to yourself.
Look to the light within.
Everyone that's... I do not have the money to give everyone who's watching a sub. That is not in my power.
Your place isn't
grossly
alone in the dark,
overestimate
Zero.
the power
Not
of
anymore.
finance I have. Let's see. Is there a way for me to just pause it here? It doesn't look like it's pausing. And I don't want to skip the entire thing. All right, let's wait for the advertisement to go off before we make my decision. Let me just read up on the thing. So, but the kid outright says I was too young to do anything. Possibly. So the only reason you use that theory is because Yoshi P has previously said that we never see Asm because it's intended to be a write your own characterization here thing, but that also may not necessarily apply to the shards since we directly know Ardbert, or it's as Dazzy suggests and they never show Goer because they literally can't. Okay, so I think the reason why we have a character like why Ardbert gets like the characterization and such is I think it's a case of we already saw Ardbert as early as a Realm Reborn patch content. It was him and the Warriors of Darkness from the Ascians that they were pulled in from the first over into the source to do all kinds of nonsense and such, and then it was Minfilia after she was joined with Hydaelyn that she took the Warriors of Darkness back to the first and such. So at that like stage, we already knew what Ardbert looked like and all that kind of such. I'm not 100% certain if Asm was a concept that was formulated as early as a Realm Reborn, so it could have just been a case of, you know, happening later on. But yes, you're absolutely correct that Ardbert is a carbon copy of the Meteor Survivor. So, like Warrior of Light / Meteor Survivor, because that's what he looks like in the Final Fantasy trailers for both like the original when they showed him like looking at the Slade and all that kind of such. It's what they showed during A Realm Reborn on the battlefield, and they showed that every time, and even to where we're at right now with Dawn Trail. So it's not a suspension of disbelief. Like, I don't know why they don't just use the Meteor Survivor's appearance in those moments, or maybe it's just a case of if they do use his appearance, then it's sort of like it plays against Yoshi P's thing where he wants to try and have it so people can characterize Asm however they want. Because if we start seeing the Meteor Survivor's appearance more and more often, then it might accidentally like force people to like think, oh hey, Asm is meant to look like this, and for some reason we don't look like this, and then maybe people will like think that they have to look something else completely different. So who knows. Are we out of the advertisements? It looks like we're out of the advertisements. Are you alright, Zero? In all likelihood, they retcon the OG to be the 13,000 though. I like the idea of the kid.
You needn't worry about me.
Who knows?
With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save everyone.
So, she changed from a Reaper into a Black Mage? Nope. Oh, that's cool.
Golbez, if you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
get Ajdaya's soul.
Ajdaya! Hear my voice and return to me!
Alright, let's see. Will the soul listen? Looks like they will. In all likelihood, they retcon the OGs to be the 13s. Also, even though it might be referencing Final Fantasy IV and such like that, it's not meant to be like an explicit link and what have you. Like, the only times we've had explicit links of like, oh, an IP explicitly being of one thing to another, it was
not if I have anything to say
Stormblood
about
Alliance
it.
raid, I think, technically speaking, and the Nier Automata Alliance raids. Those are the only two times I think that we've had like a direct, oh, this universe has existed within, you know, Final Fantasy XIV. And then whenever they do crossover events, it's been a case of, oh, they've come here accidentally or some nonsense. Look, I clearly need to go through the Final Fantasy series, but I can't do that right now, okay? I also need to find time to finish up with Yakuza.
You're safe now, Ajdaya.
Although I could just skip the entirety of Yakuza and just sort of be like, yeah, I went through like 3 Yakuza games, and it's not 100% my thing, so I might just skip to Infinite Wealth or some nonsense, who knows, and then we move on to an entirely different franchise, but, yeah, who knows. Yeah.
To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form.
Fair.
Of course, this means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ajdaya to the surface in my stead.
We can do that.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you. At long last, we shall be together again.
Yoshi P likes having dragons lose their eyes. Apparently dragons have to be blind. She's tiny! Absolutely fucking tiny!
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy, and in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another. What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause.
She's tiny. She's so small compared to Gomez.
So
Just
let's take the first step.
"Hey."
The two of us.
Aww. Sweet. Never did I imagine that the light I bore could bring about such change. As our domains are shaped by our innermost desire, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. You come to the 13th to rescue Ajdaya and protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance, and our association one of mutual convenience. Yet you and yours always treated me with kindness. As a friend, and through your friendship, I found a new beginning. I'm forever in your debt. Soup! Soup? No, not soup. Eggplant. You may now enter into the Lunar Trust and all that kind of nonsense. Hello? Just, oh my god, so fucking... Okay, hang on. There we go. Do not say BJ height to me. Time. I wonder, will she only have one eye, or will she have two eyes? It looks like she's got two eyes. It's hard to tell.
Words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbears?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Ajdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
I wonder when we're gonna get Estinian's hairstyle.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Wouldn't it be available by now? I swear people have been able to do the
Be
like,
sure to
looking
share
like
with
Estinian
Golbez
shit.
what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes.
Also, that she can probe
speaking
her
of
man,
which-
Runa. Huh?
From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Is this the weirdy one?
Come forth, my servant.
Oh, she changed it. She used to have like a very Sailor Moon Powerpuff Girl kind of incantation and shit.
I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear?
Yep.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before.
Oh.
This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you.
I don't know if that's really an ally, but sure.
When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The first and on the moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen, in return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus.
Oh.
If used to augment darkness in the first, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
Clever. Clever.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
Oh, Y'shtola had the face of a destroyer of worlds, but not her minion thing that she summoned. I'll see you again, right?
You will, I'm sure. Just don't try to forcibly summon me. I won't come.
Alright. Wasn't going to. Okay. I have seen plenty of anime, thank you very much. I have moved on to manga. I'm able to get through mangas faster
Sad
than
though it
anime.
is to say farewell. 'Tis past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
until we meet again.
First question, how is she gonna get off the moon?
No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
She's with Golbez, who can go everywhere on the 13th. That's how? Oh. Alright, anyway, what's your deal? Oh, welcome back, everyone. Hi there, little Incineroar. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Thought through it we could observe you locked in furious battle with Zeromus. By the time it closed up, we had seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we still couldn't breathe easy until we knew for certain you were safe and sound. And here you are. Thank heavens. Dare I hope Azdaija is safe too? And Zero? In a word, yes. Though we could not return Azdaija to her original form, Vertra granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but it nevertheless gives me hope that there may be a way to save other Voidsent. As for Zero, she has chosen to remain in her world and do what she can to restore it. Ah, so the light of hope shines again amidst this darkness. Perhaps our research into environments capable of supporting life could be of use in the 13th. Oh, now there's a thought. Just rubbing their cheeks. A day may come when the people of the Source and the 13th work hand in hand. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. Ah, but don't let me detain you with our cavalcade. Cavalcade. Don't let us detain you with our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see the gate is closed and the seal deactivated, so go home and get some rest. That includes you, Ariange. As thou dost command, pray convey our gratitude to the Watchers for this timely assistance. 'Twould seem Vertra is preparing to depart. Come, let us descend to the Tower of Babel. Upon arriving in Garlemald, 'twould be meet to inform Julius of our mission's outcome. Let us seek him out at Tertium. Cavalcade. What a fucking word. Hang on a second. Oh, actually, Valk wouldn't have seen this yet, but look! I got the bear! I got the bear! Yeah, I got the bear! 200 high-level duties as a warrior. I got the bear. Look at that as well. Like, look at that. Like, he turns. Also, the fuck was that? So yeah, I want to try and get the other bear as well, but that requires going through like level 61 plus like extreme dungeons and duty roulettes and shit, which is going to take a whiles. I have not yet been able to take on like level 60 trial, like extreme trials solo, so to try and take on stuff that's like level 61 is gonna be a bit of a funky one. Alright, where can you take me? Enter the station? Is that it? Is that where I need to go? Hopefully so. No. Exit to Garland. Yeah, exit to Garland mode. God, how the fuck do I get out of here? Do I literally just, like... Ah, cool. There we go. Random roulette. Let's see what we get. But yeah, Velk, one of the things I want to try and do is I want to try and get Ixion via the Fates. So I currently have 9 of his horns. I did one successful, like, gold-rated Fate, and then I think I got a silver contribution on a failure. So it wasn't, so I wasn't able to, like, you know, perfectly, you know, do the next one. I was 2% away. 2% away from killing Ixion the second time when the Fate despawned because, you know, we ran out of time. We didn't have enough people. So yeah. Unfortunately, the window that he, like, the window is open for him and such like that. As far as I know, no one has reported his defeat or anything like that. So, like, if it wasn't for the fact that I was streaming today, I would have been sitting around at the lock for, like, who knows how long. Because normally it's around, like, 9... Actually, it's probably around this time that I think he spawned. Where is the... There it is. So, yeah. In the past, it's been at, like, these times that he spawned, but... Yeah. If I was to do it, I would need a full, like, you really do need a full party in order to take on, Ixion. Otherwise, you're having, like, a bit of a crap time. Also, check this out. It does the noise. Alright, Jules. Hey there, Savage. Welcome to the stream.
It's you again. Is everything all right?
Yes. We're just getting through, like, the last few bits of Endwalker patch content right now. I don't know how long the missions are in patch 6.55.
So you were able to rescue
I'm hoping they're not
Ashdaya.
that long,
Thank
so
the
because I
12.
might do those as well tonight. So then that way, if I want to go through the start of Dawn Trail on the
Channeling light
Saturday,
from the
like I
first was
normally
rather
do for
ingenious.
MMO nights,
It may fall
then,
short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
That is true.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Zero sends her thanks.
Thanks for what? I don't recall doing anything in particular for her. On the contrary, she's the one who risked life and limb.
You gave her meat buns. Maybe that's the reason why.
Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us. But some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade. And I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
That would be nice.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement, that Garleans might take the lead. I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper
You're
rest.
hoping that Thor will be willing
That's
to progress
what
the
I wanted to
MSQ
say
more
on
today and
everyone's
tomorrow?
behalf.
Oh, that'll be nice. Are the two of you like sort of keeping like at pace as you go through the Dawn Trail, or are you both going
done
in at
so
separate
much for
progression
us
speeds?
already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask.
I don't know how couples do the MSQ.
You've earned
Sash,
a reprieve 100 times over.
how are you and Deno
So
doing
go
the MSQ in Dawn
Step
Trail?
away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd
Staying
choose
around the same part?
warm.
Okay, so kind of like in a way where you don't try to go to the like major story, so you might progress like the individual like player missions yourselves at your own paces, but then you'll sort of like take a pause until they're, you know, ready to go through, say, a dungeon or a trial with me.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
What do you mean by how? Is it
Far be it from
something
us
that
to
you
go against
feel like
such a
when you're going
heartfelt
through video
request.
games that you're both invested
Though
in?
I
That
would
you
be lying were I to say
like-
matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
I don't know, like just talk about
we
it.
could take a leaf out of Zero's book.
I don't have a
and roam about
relationship.
for a while.
Like
Maybe visit nations who share
between
little
the
history
second
with
dungeon and
Garlemald.
the first
Look for
trial at the
opportunities to
moment. Okay,
foster
okay.
future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alize.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and meaningful.
If it's settled, then let's return to Charlian and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
It's tougher since you want to be streaming your MSQ process, and at that stage Dan is behind me, but only by one dungeon. Okay, fair enough.
Then it seems we are all bound for Charlian. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the rostra and have her notify Father.
Yeah, thanks for giving insight, Sasher, on the machinations and what have you. So yeah, because I don't have a relationship or anything like that. So, and the most I've like tried to like sort of be like, oh, like, you know, even Stevens has been like with Ko the Yoshi, where like both of us wanted to progress through Baldur's Gate 3, and while I was the one that was holding on to the, oh, we gotta go all the way back to Old Charlian. While I might be the one that holds the save file for Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't do any of the side content or anything like that. It was quite literally a case of, you know, Code and I go through that particular campaign together, and I'm fairly sure when, like, Code had their own, like, Baldur's Gate 3 that they would play off stream or something like that, but they never tried to go beyond where we were in the campaign on stream. It was just a case of, like, you know, observe and see whatever it was that we might have missed. And then, nope, wrong one. So yeah. I wonder if we will get like an entirely new ensemble in Dawn Trail, because like the Warriors of Light have like technically disbanded and all that kind of such, and the idea. So the thing is that, like, you know, the peeps such as like Estinian, Alize, Alphano, and like there's like the I'm trying to think who would be on the who would be part of the Warriors of Light who were not part of Louis Swaw's like original like Baldessian students and such, because Urianger, Y'shtola, and Thancred, I'm pretty sure were all part of like Louis Swaw's thing. So I'm curious if, as we go through Dawn Trail and then whatever new expansions in the future, I wonder if we'll start seeing less of like the original members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we'll start getting new characters instead. So Grahatia and Estinian might like be there like way more often than like say Urianger and Y'shtola, and it opens up the opportunity for entirely new characters for us to follow. So then that way, as we go through like, you know, small character arcs with our side characters, it allows us to like, you know, emphasize with them and be interested in their stakes. That way it's not a case of, oh, we're trying to save the world again. Oh my goodness, the world is about to end so soon. It's instead a case of like, oh, we are emotionally invested into this new person and we want to help them. I wonder if we're going to get lots of those when we go through Dawn Trail and future expansions, or whether or not we'll just still get the same cast and we'll just have like maybe one or two new people only for the expansion we're in. Aren't you the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Or were, rather. I understand you're disbanding. An audience with Lord Fortuno? You are in luck. The forum is just this moment adjourned, and he is still inside with the Skull-Arc. Please wait here while I inform them of your presence. So yeah, that's my thought. I think it would be cool to get like an entirely new ensemble, because granted, I have not stuck with these people for 10 years. I stuck with them for like 3.5 right now. Apologies to have kept you. I trust you won't object if Scarlark Montano has also attended. My incorrigible children, were you not assisting with Garlemald's reconstruction? Our hosts were most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more importantly, Grant has news that he would share with you. So, the threat has passed? These are glad tidings indeed. Harnessing light from the first, a technological triumph. That could have ended in catastrophe failure. But let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Like the Aether from the Isle of Ham, you employed the light for peaceful, albeit unanticipated, purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree in this instance. It has been established the world-ending crises and the reflections are connected to calamities in the source. As such, the strides you made in understanding the nature of and affecting a change in a reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum will be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Y'shtola, on the subjects of the Void and Cross-Rift travel both? It would be my pleasure. We shall share these tidings with those who aided you. Kokol Dankol, not least of all. Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. I shall be glad to speak with you both later. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty. Ding, dong. Y'shtola. Y'shtola has the look of a woman satisfied with her work. Oh, wow, I have no clue what that looks like. With that, our obligations here are concluded. Oh, Nidhana! What news from Favnia? They've returned, then? Wonderful. Rest assured, all is well with us, too. Is that so? We should be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A great feast will be held in Razat Han to celebrate Azjaja's homecoming. We have all been invited. Yay! Food. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We have only just returned home. To leave again so soon would be inconsiderable to our parents. With regret, I too must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requireth that I remain in Charlian for a time. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray enjoy yourselves to the fullest. I've no plans in particular, so you can count me in. I may as well visit the Radiant Host while I'm there. How about you, Grant? Far be it from me to turn down free food. That's the spirit. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Ah, but what about the Memoria Crystal? 'Twould be remiss of you not to deliver it promptly to our friends in the first. I do that, and then I take a quick detour. It should be easy. I can teleport and shit. Also, if they are to transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the Crystal Tower, in which case I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round up everyone for you. Cool. I wanted free food. Once you have seen to matters there, come and join us at Meghaduta. Give everyone our regards, you hear? Speak with the funky Meduses. Ding, ding. Nah, I'm not gonna bother with an Aether ticket. We're close to the end, and hopefully one day I'll get through the fishing quest and I'll get 99 Aetherite tickets. God, that would be so cool if that happens. 1,063 tomestones of poetics. Doing roulettes for poetics and completing things I haven't done on my alt. Nice, 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 nice. I have a few things that I will need to complete at one point as well. Some of them are like, you know, the raids and things from Endwalker, and then some are older than that. You'll have 3 quests under this? Yeah, I think I only have 3 quests after this. Welcome back, sir. Mistress Rin is still in the ocular. Will you be joining her? Yes, I need to give some things over to them. We gotta give some very important things.
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past.
Yeah, I know they can be purchased with Allied and Centuro tickets, but one, there's a quest with Fish where you can get
request.
There's one there's a fishing quest where you can get 99 of them, and secondly, I want to get some Maelstrom armor with my Allied seals, so I'm trying not to spend those. I haven't exactly found a method of farming for Allied seals quite yet.
Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
Yes, that is Zero, miss.
Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done.
It's a possibility. We did it for the reverse over on the 13th. Well, working on
Though
that.
night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety. Do you still have that spirit vessel with you?
Yes, right
If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy. Thank you. While I make no promises at this stage, I shall rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
Nice.
There you are.
There
I
she
waited and waited,
is.
but you never came. What have you been doing here?
It's Rin's golf girlfriend.
Oh.
I'ma be real. I feel like the lipstick, or maybe just the shape and volume of lipstick is a bit much with the lack of everything else around her. Like her makeup around the lips is outside of the lips is muted, and then it's very bold lipstick. Don't tell me you've lost your memory again.
Oh, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't forget you in a hurry. I'm still keeping my diary, adding new memories to it every day.
Not only that, Gaia's writing a story too. I can't wait for it to become a
I get
book.
200 Centro Seals every week from Heaven's Ward and Shadowbringer weekly hunts, so...
Enough about that. What were you talking about?
Yeah, I did do the Eden raids. I will be real with you, I do not 100% remember what I was doing in the Eden, like, storyline
Harnessing
between the
darkness
raids.
from the void. Now there's an idea. Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Marine alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
He didn't get any understanding with this? Aw. Shame. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna make Gaia a requirement, especially since they just, like, you know, blinked and you miss it kind of thing here, like they did back in Endwalker with the Shadows, with the Shadow of March Alliance raid and the, and with the, what's it called? The Return to Averna. I doubt not that the people of Noviride will cheer when they learn that the Warrior of Darkness managed to save his home. I know you're a busy man, so don't let us keep you. Rest assured that we will continue the work we've begun. Alright, cool. Nice. Moving on. Oh my god, have I actually hit... Is it now technically, like, have I actually hit my anniversary points here? No, I can't have. It's 10 PM my side. What the shit? No. Oh, I have! Oh my god. Crazy. Oh, actually, before I forget, where is she? There she is. Dun, dun, dun. That way, if I get any more poetics, it's there. Because I need 3 for my weapon. Because I know I already have, like, pretty much, like, the best weapon I can get right now at level 90, and that there's going to be better weapons than the relic weapon for, you know, here, but still, I want to try and get through my relic weapons. Master Zeebs, you honor us with your presence. Though I am but a humble servant, I offer you my heartfelt thanks for rescuing the Satrap's beloved sister. But without further ado, the great feast to celebrate this joyous occasion is about to begin. The venue is Meridiz Mehen, and you are the guest of honor. Nice. In terms of level 90, the Gralix is the best one you can have. Yeah, it's the best one you can have, but, you know, as we progress into level 100, it's probably not going to be the best one once you're at 100. Oh, it's that guy again. I forgot his name, but I know him. Seriously, Estinian? Like, that's your attire for, like, a celebration? Ooh.
It cannot be.
Nabadine?
Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
He's
the
not...
way you carry on.
He's not
anyone
gone,
would think he
he's
was
just not going to be in the
actually your brother.
simulacrum.
Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes.
That too. Oh.
And he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel. You'll see Varshan again. Never fear.
Truly? But will it be the little one?
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure and has superior functionality besides.
They're just having an argument of, like, best boy.
Ah, I don't care about such things.
Bullshit, you don't.
My little brother is little and adorable.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
That's what she said. Sorry, I saw Sash's thing of I want to see the little one, and I just had to say it. What you doing?
Had enough of the revelry, have you?
Yeah.
So, what's next for our hero?
I don't know. Go to a beach. Who knows? That's totally not foreshadowing of
To
Dawn
decide
Trail.
just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for.
Oh, yeah.
You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right. Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the first is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
Waste his money away. Oh, no, he just pulls a fucking Batman.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
Who's he calling? Aww. Oh. So there should be at least Horace Belga, and then most of his children, I don't know. Y'shtola! 'Twas a lively feast, was it not? And it impressed upon me once again how dear Vitra is to his people. Well, as much as I should like to linger, 'tis past time I took my leave. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call on Vitra before setting out. And before I forget, thank you for everything we learned and for everything we accomplished. I couldn't be more grateful. Till next time, take care. Portraits. There we go. Edit, save, close. Edit, save, close. What? Grant, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. To be able to celebrate Azjaya's return with everyone was moving beyond words. Lest you wonder, I've chosen to use this vessel for now, the better to escort my sister around Razathan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate having need of it in the immediate future. Long have I dreamed of showing Azjaya my beautiful city, a glittering jewel born of unity, and I shall relish every moment of it. Now then, I believe both Y'shtola and Estinian have embarked on their respective journeys, but have you self-elf business elsewhere? If not, you are welcome to remain here as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you. But until such a day arrives, I bid you take your ease. Meanwhile, in old Charlion. I'm sorry, she
Everything
to a
appears
chair?
to be in order.
Yeah, she's talking to a chair. What the fuck?
Oh, finished at last. So time-consuming. How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks? Now then, let's have a look at you.
I don't know what this... Oh, it's a tree.
Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully.
What, we're not gonna read it? Oh, yeah, we are gonna read it. Cool.
Addressed to grandfather. And come all the way from Tuliolal. From a Gulu... someone.
Tuliolal. Tuliolal. I'll try to remember that pronunciation.
Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something. A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural. How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records. Something else in here.
It almost sounds like... Now, bear with me. It sounds like a South America country. That's not
What
lucky.
an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder?
That's not lucky. You need at least 4 to be lucky.
Oh, did you go there, grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
Yeah, that looked like that came from Lominsa. You good, Aaron?
Back again already, after making a show of leaving. Well, this is it, Charlian. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes? Come, let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
Nice. When one door closes, Varshan has a message from Charlian. Ah, Grant. One of my clerks were just here with a message for you. The students of Baldessian request your presence in Charlian at your earliest convenience. Indebted as I am to your friends, I hope that I too might be of service, but it is you alone that they require. If you have no pressing business, pray make your way to... I'm gonna get some cheese. BRB. Grabbing cheese. Yummy. Hi, Freckles! Hang on. Hi, Freckles! I'm just having a quick snack while I'm waiting for the advertisements to be done before we go further into the patch content. In the meantime, I shall... 30 seconds ago. Hang on. So yeah, there's still like 15 seconds of advertisement to go before I continue on. Ow. Ow. Welcome back, everyone. In the meantime, I shall continue showing Ajdaya the city, from notable landmarks to the people's lives, and there's still much and more for her to see. Farewell for now, my friend. I look forward to the day we set forth on another adventure together. Alright. What, my shirt? Also, do I have any more Aetherite tickets? Yep, I do. Cool. Esper Base, Maelstrom, Aether. A warm and hearty welcome to you, Grant. I gather you received our message. Please wait here while I fetch Krill and Graha. Hi. Thank you for coming on such short notice, and forgive us for sending for you so soon after your trials in the void. Now then, we are actually the ones who require your presence, but Aaronville. He stopped by recently, you see, and asked us to reach out to you on his behalf. Ah? I imagine you're as surprised as we are, given that he was supposed to be away on an expedition. Something must have necessitated a change in his plan. All he would tell me is that there is someone whom he wishes Grant to meet. He also mentioned that he would be tending to business at the stadium. Shall we look for him there? You like how snug my shirt is? It's a reasonable tightness. It's a reasonable tightness. How are you? Can we get a shout out for Freckles, please? If any of my moderators are, you know, alive. Oh yeah, I can go to the Wandering Minstrel for the next Minstrel's Ballad. Thank you, Sashara. Oh my goodness, I wonder. It couldn't possibly be a strong lion lady, would it?
Erenville!
Apologies for the wait. I hope I haven't called you away from anything important. I chanced upon some commissioned items at my destination, so I thought I might deliver them.
Where did you go, if I may ask?
Tulavul.
The New World. Tural.
Oh, Tural. Sorry.
You went to Tural? Then the person who you wish to introduce...
Aye, she hails from there. I present to you...
Has he not paid attention to where she's been while he's
But
been running
it seems you've lost her.
Did she wander off?
Gasp!
Sorry. It's just so different here. I can't help but want to explore.
And she's a warrior.
While you were exploring, your candidate came to us. This is him. The adventurer you crossed the seas to meet.
Ooh, you weren't exaggerating. It's plain he's no ordinary man. I'm Wuklamat, claimant to the throne of Tulihualal.
Hi, Wook.
Tulihualal.
It's Tural's governing nation. The capital bears the same name.
I'll get to the point. I want you to come with me to my homeland.
Okay. How? It's gonna be
Given
a
the
long
magnitude of the request, perhaps you should explain why you're making it?
Of course.
She's got so much fucking energy in her.
Soon, an event of great import will be held in Tural. The Rite of Succession. Taking the form of a contest, it will determine who next ascends the throne. As daughter to its present keeper, I will participate. And I have every intention of winning.
Okay.
I was searching for champions to join me when Erenville told me about you.
Oh, did he now?
A mighty warrior who knows no fear, who sweeps aside terrible fiends as if they were reeds, who flew to the edge of existence and saved our star.
He said all
She
that.
asked who Eorzea's greatest hero was, and so I told her. Much more elegantly, I might add.
Okay.
Now you know why. You'll come to Tural, yes?
What, just like that?
Wait, let's all just slow down. Wuklamat, was it? You claim to be of the royal family, but is it not the Mamulja who rule in Tural?
Tulihualal is a nation of many peoples. not only the Mamulsha, as some across the seas are quick to assume. That said, its present ruler is a Mamulsha, and one blessed with two heads besides. He's also my father. Not by blood, obviously, but he raised me as his own, and that's what matters.
Okay.
So that is the way of it. My apologies if I was indelicate.
Hardly. I know little about your land, and nothing about your parentage. But in my eagerness, I've gotten ahead of myself. I can't expect you to agree on the spot when we've only just met.
You are right about that.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Just know, though, that if it's adventure you seek, you could do far worse than come with me. Now, this is only a rumor. But apparently, the contest will involve the fabled city of gold and the legendary beast, Valyarmanda.
The who?
Tell me that doesn't pique your interest.
Have I heard of the Golden City before? Okay, like, I've heard of the Golden City before, but that was like, you know, an El Dorado. I'm more thinking like El Dorado and such. I'm not too sure if I've heard of, like, you know, the Tuval Golden City before. Ah, okay. Through Emmett. So when he was like prattling on about like, oh, have you gone to this place? Have you visited there? What about the reflections? Okay, so Golden City. I've heard about it before.
So the tales have reached even these shores. I can't help but feel proud.
I advise you not to put much store by these rumors. Golden cities are not but a dreamer's fancy.
Ah. But most
Says
myths
the
have a
dreamer
nugget
who
of
was
truth
bent on
with them.
finding one when he was a child. Just because you failed doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Tuliolal and the Golden City. Just like in the letter to Grandfather.
I'm sorry, do you just like put on whatever the fuck you like want?
Regardless of what
Without
the
a thought
contest
of,
may
like,
entail,
you know,
it'll be no simple
infection?
thing. If I'm to triumph, I'll need capable and dependable companions. So let's go on a hunt together. There's no better way to get acquainted.
All right. Not that many. But these were all in Eorzea, let me remind you, and these were all like, you know, they were all in like treasure chests and shit, you know, with all the other jewelry and such. Krill just got it out of a fucking envelope that you couldn't even read the letter of. The game is afoot. The chance to see not only Tural, but the fabled city of gold besides, this is the stuff of grand adventures, my friend. Which is not to say you should hastily accept this invitation, mind. There's still a great deal we do not know. So let us begin to rectify that by first getting acquainted with our visitor in the manner she suggests. I'm not certain what might be a suitable location for her hunt, however. When I was at the guild earlier, I learned about a petition from researchers on the Isle of Ham. You were there not long ago and called some unruly fauna, of course, but according to recent reports, other ordinary docile fauna have grown savage. It's believed that they've been unsettled by some manner of predator, and so the researchers seek assistance with identifying and dispatching it. As a part of your hunt, perhaps you might answer the petition? The Isle isn't far, and we should be able to help those in need. That works for me. Just so you know, I've honed my skills against some of the fiercest beasts in Toral. Whatever this creature is, it had better be able to put up a proper fight, or it'll end before we have the chance to get acquainted. And before we can prove ourselves capable and dependable companions... My apologies, but I must see to some preparations. Pray, go ahead to the Isle. I will join you as soon as possible. If the rest of you are ready, let us head to the harbor. This being guild ship business, it should be simple enough to secure a vessel. Also, a majority of the earrings that I have worn, Velk, those have been from Elasian tombstone exchanges. So I've purchased fresh new earrings, or I was provided them by a capable crafter. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't think of that, did you? Aha. Where the fuck? Oh, you're all the way down there. Okay, cool. Ooh. So 5, 6, 7. So wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could possibly have like a 3-line with where I am right now. Bold of you to trust me. Eggplant. Mount Ordeal's Extreme. What is this part? The Stone Sea Sky is updated. What's that about? Stone Sky Sea options have also been updated. Stone Sea Sky is to test to see if your DPS will clear the content. Ah, okay. What's your quest for? Oh, I need a level 80 Disciple of Hand or some shit. Okay. So, we have to take a ship. Ugh, I've barely set foot on dry land. Oh well. I suppose it's for a good cause. A hunt! Come on, let's go! Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes will... Yep, cool. Click, 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 click. Click, click. Click. How far north?
From here, we must walk.
So much ice. It rivals even Yogg-Tural. A white bear! I wonder what it tastes like.
Remember, we're here to deal with creatures that have been deemed an unacceptable danger. Do not attack anything else unprovoked.
To be fair, she is a warrior. Like, her enmity is probably just going to attract attention. She's just going to be standing around, and the next thing you know, they're just going to be like, ah!
So this is the isle where ether literally bursts forth.
Aye, the Isle of Ham. The geysers lie deep inland, however.
You really are knowledgeable. Kona told me nothing about this place.
Who?
I doubt your brother managed to come out this way. He's like to have toured facilities like Labyrinthos, however.
The great big cavern under the city. It's amazing that they could make a sky down there complete with a sun.
Well, the sun's the easy part. The sky's the hard part.
This brother of yours, he has been to Sharlayan.
He has. Kono's my second older brother. And until recently, he was a student in this city.
Oh.
He went on and on about technological amusements. It made me want to come here too one day. And so I did. I think I understood something of how he felt when I set foot in his beloved studium.
He went to the studium? Your brother must be quite a scholar.
I've been to the studium.
But
I don't think it's like an important thing
like
being
you,
able to
he'd
walk
be
in
royalty,
there.
yes? With such a personage coming to Sharlayan to receive an education would surely have caused a stir, yet I recall nothing of the sort.
He consulted with the head of the studium beforehand, that his identity might remain secret.
Kind of
Being
like,
Mikote, he had no trouble blending in. He's adopted like me, you see.
The fuck?
One time, though, he almost let it slip to a professor. It was all he could do to parry the barrage of questions.
Having no shortage of questions myself, I can imagine.
Ask whatever you like. I don't mind. But I maintain hunting together is the best way to get to know someone.
The researchers should be up ahead. Let's find them and learn what we can.
Alrighty.
The researchers should be just ahead. There! The building to the northeast.
So, ordinarily harmless creatures have grown savage.
Don't know what's got them riled up, but I'll take down any that thinks to try me. Right! Let's hunt our fill!
Easy enough.
Look! Someone's in trouble!
Ugh, excuse me. Ugh.
Yeah!
Oh, damn.
Taste my axe!
These animals are usually so docile.
Caribou ham, bear ham, all kinds of ham. Oh, thank goodness you've come. I take it you're the one who answered our petition. Well, aren't you? You are! Grant, the adventurer who saved our star! Would that our meeting was under better circumstances. I was conducting a routine inspection of the transporter here when I suddenly found myself surrounded. You'll find more of the same across the chasm. Once docile animals grown strangely aggressive. My colleagues there can tell you more. If you'll give me just a moment, I can finish checking our equipment. That wasn't
really
such a
are
great
famous.
scan.
And for good reason, as you'll soon see for yourself.
Should probably make it where the Alright, here we go. Don't.
Quite an interesting contraption you've got here.
Is that our petitioner? Let's go and have a chat.
Alright, so right, to the left, there we right. The adventurer came to address my position, I presume. We're most fortunate to have one of your considerable skills here to aid us. A creature of unknown origin has been sighted on the island in recent days, and we believe its presence has affected the local fauna. The animals beyond this gate are the worst affected we've encountered thus far, though we dare not go back. Your task is to quell any threats you find and search for traces of the beast responsible for this. If you should find anything at all, we should be most grateful if you would share it with us.
I'll handle this.
Damn, that was cool. Will I learn to do
that
that?
all? Come on, let's pick up the creature's trail.
You find ravaged beast remains torn to shreds by
These
sharp
claw
talons.
marks. I've seen their like before.
Have you?
It's starting to feel like a proper hunt.
Kind of like a monster hunter. Oh, plumage. You find feathers are scattered about the ground. There are signs of a fierce struggle.
Feathers. But did they belong to the predator or the prey?
So, how do you prefer our prey? Roasted or raw?
You presume it's even safe to eat.
And you presume we eat our prey. The cloying stench of fresh leavings assails your nostrils. Whatever beast left them is likely
Still
still
fresh.
close by.
Whatever this beast, it cannot be far.
Do you suppose they're upset we disturbed their home?
Who knows? If they're spoiling for a fight, then hey, got one.
Let's head back and report what we found.
Alright. Easy does it. The fuck are you?
Powerful wings and razor-sharp talons. Worthy prey.
Sometimes I feel like you're a bit too excited for this. Oh, monstrous toucan. That's a monstrous toucan.
Ah! What is that thing?
Okay, good. Yeah.
What is that thing? What is that thing?
It speaks?
It repeats things. Oh. Clearly they're not seeing a toucan before. Or a cockatiel.
It's heading towards the falls!
I'll stay with the researchers. The creature, I leave to you.
Come, Woklamat!
Hello?
Right.
Alright, so we got a big bird to deal with.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't startled by the beast earlier. It caught me by surprise, that's all.
Alright.
Forgive me, but I failed to see a difference.
I'm getting hungry. Let's be done with this so we can eat.
Caught me by surprise! Caught me by surprise!
Think you're clever, huh? I'll rip off that beak and roast you on a spit! Talk all you like, bird. I'm going to have the last laugh. Oh, I'm going to enjoy sinking my teeth into you. Yeah, shut up already, you blasted bird!
Probably wish we don't speak to the repeating bird.
Look out! I've never seen such an enormous colibri.
Not good. Quickly, gather together.
Oh, come on, that's a waste.
I've got you.
That was too close.
Oh, that was a waste of the ability.
Steady now. Damn it.
Spread out, everyone!
You paid for that. Thank you.
So far, so good.
That was hardly a tickle. Try this. Nothing to it.
I want to learn.
We have you now, you loudmouth bastard!
Throw everything you have at it.
There we go. Duty complete. Wait, was that Primal Ren? Was that what she was doing with the charge up? Oh. I thought she was doing like something else that did like the whole like push thing.
And I had barely limbered up.
Excuse me.
It was a terrible foe, but no match for your axe.
Yeah, good call.
Oh, only to be expected. You were pretty impressive yourselves. I was right to invite you on a hunt. But what a curious bird that was. Though we have similar in Tural, they don't grow so big or use such dirty tricks.
Dirty tricks! Dirty tricks!
Aye, dirty and despicable. Otherwise, I could have easily...
Leave this to me!
Oh.
Have at you!
They've made the Pictomancer like the heaviest DPSer now as well, haven't they? Like similar to the Reaper back at the beginning of Endwalker. The Pictomancer and Viper are like fairly high up there now.
I am terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Unintentionally.
She arrived as I was seeing the researchers to safety. It was all I could do to keep up with her after I explained what happened.
It's not supposed to be that strong?
So this is what you meant by seeing to preparations?
Like, is the melee DPS supposed to be the higher of the DPSs compared out of the three?
After hearing of the contest, I thought how wonderful it would be to join you. In coming here, I wanted to demonstrate my skill at arms to Wuklamut. Alas, it seems I missed most of the action.
That was amazing! The piece didn't stand a chance!
I'm glad to have been of service.
May I ask what inspired this change?
Picto is far and beyond the highest.
You
I
will
sent you
recall the time you
new
descended
Black
to the
Mage
ethereal
opener.
sea in search of Hydaelyn. Recognizing that my skills were inadequate, I chose to provide support from afar rather than join you. It was the same when you set forth for Ultima Thule. How it pained me to stay behind again and again. That's what inspired this change. Ever since the final days were averted, I've used every spare moment to hone my craft.
And your craft was Pictomancer.
As you all have adapted your methods to suit the circumstances, I started by considering how I might best contribute.
Fair.
And after much deliberation, I arrived at my answer. With the esoteric art passed down by the legendary Archon realm, Pictomancy.
How is this different from...
As I recall,
creation magic?
You have embraced versatility to effectively complement a certain someone's style. What I do is much the same. Like you, I don't want to be left behind.
Indeed. I must say, you appear to be especially keen on being involved in the ritual of succession. Is there any particular reason?
A special letter that she has failed to mention to us.
Yes, there is. This letter from Tuli Yolal. It was addressed to my grandfather Galuf and turned up among the students' archives. The ink was faded, so I couldn't fully make out the sender's name. Galul, someone.
Jaja. Gulul Jaja. That's my father, the Dawn servant. What does the letter say?
While much of it isn't legible, it appears to be a request to investigate the Golden City.
A request to investigate the Golden City? From the Dawn Servant himself?
Well, well. Seems it may be more than a rumor after all.
Being a member of the royal family, it was my hope that you could confirm the authenticity of this letter.
I can say for a fact that my father didn't write this.
Oh.
Given how culturally diverse Tuli Yolal is, it was decided some time ago that a common language was needed. But instead of elevating an existing tongue and its speakers above all others, we looked to those widely spoken overseas and created an altogether new one.
Huh.
The similarities to your common tongue also make it quite easy to communicate in these situations, no? This letter, however, is entirely in Eorzean. If Father had written this, he would have been in Turali. And what's more, it bears a wax seal. We don't bother with them.
Cool.
So the letter is fraudulent, then?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that. My father's signature is genuine, as far as I can tell, so perhaps he simply dictated it.
Okay.
I see. Oh, thank you for the confirmation. It seems my grandfather indeed had dealings with Tuli Yolal. I can't help but be curious as to what exactly he was doing there. In order to help us decide on a course of action, would you mind if I asked you some questions about your home?
By all means. After all, Learning about one another was the purpose of this hunt. We can talk while feasting on this fellow. I, for one, am starving.
We're eating that.
What, you didn't want to try it? With the wildlife pacified and the researchers safe, our task is complete. That just leaves the matter of a colobri meat. For better or for worse, there's really only one place we can take it here in Charlian. The last stand. Come, let us see what Dickon can cook up for us. Yeah, so this is what I wore, like, going into Endwalker, which was, like, I thought it was alright sort of gear. Like, it's tempting to go into, Dawn Trail with this, but I feel like this is way too beachy. I need something of, like, I want to try and come up with, like, a glamour that sort of speaks of, like, buccaneer or a pioneer kind of appearance to it. Well now, that's a famished face if ever I've seen one. What can I get you, Grant? Oh, bird meat from the hunt, you say? Leave it to me. I have just the recipe. It's a new dish I recently learned from some sailors, and for you lot, it's on the house. Have as much as you like, you hear? You have returned from being held captive by Eepas. How has your stream been? Fairly good. We are almost at the end of the patch content.
Let's enjoy the bounty of our first outing together.
Jesus Christ, that was a massive bite.
I'd heard that Charlian cuisine was terrible, but this is fantastic.
Do not tell her about the Archon bread.
What is this? Oh, it smells spicy.
Count me in for spice.
Oh, come now. Since when did you become so soft? It's not like we don't have spicy food in Tural, too.
It's zero spice, isn't it?
According to Dickon, intensely hot dishes have become popular in Razadhan after a traveller ordered a curry with several times the usual amount of spice.
I think I know the spice.
So he started offering the same in order to please the growing Harnish population here in Charlian.
It's nothing I can't handle.
You're crying. Yeah, the grease will help.
Your boorish manners reflect poorly on the both of us. I wish you would consider your station.
Consider what?
I swear, sometimes it feels like you open your mouth only to criticize.
Oh, don't worry. That's just
Would I
Charlian's.
be correct in assuming you've known each other for a long time?
Aye, thick as thieves since we were little.
What?
I beg to differ. She is a long-standing acquaintance. Nothing more.
Uh-huh.
I see. I see.
All this time you were from Tural. Oh, would that I had known sooner. There's so much I'd like to ask.
That cup is so fucking tiny.
You and everyone else. I've kept it quiet so as to avoid the endless interrogations.
I mean, good luck with
Well,
that.
if he's going to be a miser, I'll be happy to tell you about our homeland instead.
You're talking to a scholar. I hope you realize that.
Since ancient times, many peoples have called Tural home, and they've been fighting each other for nearly as long.
Okay.
The fighting finally stopped some 80 years ago, when the reigning Dawn Servant unified the disparate communities and founded a new nation.
That's not long ago.
And that's how Tuliolal came to be.
Since then, we've enjoyed an era of uninterrupted peace.
I mean, good for you, but like...
But my father is getting old, and he wishes to relinquish the throne to a worthy successor. One who can preserve his legacy. Including myself, there are 4 claimants to the throne. But while we all have the right to participate, one among us cannot be allowed to rule.
Okay. One can't or one shouldn't?
A man who is too ambitious by half.
Okay, so one that shouldn't.
Word of the Garlean Empire's collapse has reached Tural. While most are simply relieved, he sees weakness to exploit and would lead our armies across the seas on a campaign of conquest.
Ah.
After everything my father has done to give us peace, he would drag us back into war. I can't allow it. No matter what, I must win this contest.
I understand your reasons. But this being an event that will dictate the course of your nation's future, is it appropriate for outsiders like us to be involved?
Oh, it's more than appropriate. The Dawn Servant himself expressly encourages it. The ruler of Tural must navigate the intricacies of myriad cultures, and there's no better way to prove oneself qualified to do so than to work with foreign allies.
Okay.
That's why I sought you out. Through our hunt, I've confirmed that you're a warrior of considerable skill, but more importantly, one of good character as well.
Thank you.
And so I ask you, will you lend me your strength and help me win the throne of Tulihualal? You don't need to decide right this moment. But I will need you if I'm to triumph over the competition. I'll stay here as long as I can while waiting for your answer.
In that case, allow us to prepare a room for you at the Baldessian Annex.
That's very kind of you. Oh, and one more thing. Once we finish eating, would you mind if I took the rest of the meat?
No, that's fine by me. I'm not exactly... I don't really need to keep more meat. Whether Waklamata is the makings of a ruler, I couldn't say. But I do know that she deeply cares for her nation and her people. Whether you choose to help her, though, is for you and you alone to decide. Think on it well. Now then, it's past time I reported our mission success to the guild ship. I would have done so sooner, except Her Highness needed to have a royal meal. I shall come by the annex later. Until then... caviar sandwich. Ugh, excuse me. You really want to go, don't you? You really want to go. Well, I dare say we now have a fair grasp of Waklamat's, situation. Still, you've been afforded time to consider her invitation. Why not use it to learn more about Toral? Numenon is bound to have some information on the continent. Just the thought of burying myself in books is making me sleepy. We're talking about mysterious lands and unknown wonders here. I'm confident we'll find reports so thrilling as to drive any thoughts of napping from your mind. Come, my friend, let us be off to the archives. Fucking bookworm. I would like to spend my holiday at the library. Jesus. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Oh! Sup, Pudding Way? They really want me reading fucking books. The origins of blue magic can be traced back to the esoteric practices of the Wallaki, a tribe in the distant continent. Oh my god. Blue magic? I'm never gonna hear the end of this from Dazzy, am I? Oh, the origins of blue magic in Taral. I have to go through Taral as a blue mage. Tribes hold nature in the highest and in seeking to cultivate, harness wildlife, exchange strategic, privilege, cerulean deposits, well upon the surface, enter the groove, shaman's watchful eye. No name existed for it in the common tongue, took the liberty of naming it blue magic. The reason you chose such a color, as you will have undoubtedly gleaned, is from the significance it holds to the Wallaki. Cannot think of a name more fitting to honor the people from whom this noble magic was born. Okay, so you probably grabbed like a fucking way of life or some like crazy, you know, something that would be the equivalent of economics and calling it dollar bills. Imagine that. Someone like saying, instead of saying like, ah, yes, the economy or something like that, they go, the dollar bill is doing well. The dollar bill practices. Oh my god, dollar go up. It's impossible to accurately discuss Eorzean cuisine without speaking of the land from which many of our modern-day staples hail. The far western continent of pork pumpkins, ruby tomatoes, even the ubiquitous potato. Oh. Cool. Nice. Alright, cool. Yep, so diverse foods, blue magic. Let's see. Dollar bill, thumbs up. The dollar bill go up. Dollar bill for Japan down. Every land is given rise to unique wildlife, continent, alpacas, wives, Valagarmondas. Cool. I can hear myself slowly losing my sense of hearing. I can slowly feel my body just wanting to shut down. Let us begin by comparing the geographical characteristics of the three great continents and Toral. The former stretches from east to west and lies entirely within the northern hemisphere. In contrast, the latter extends to the far reaches of both northern and southern hemispheres, and a difference immediately presents itself in the forms of climate variance. Shifts in climates tend to be gentler when moving east and west, but harsher when moving north and south. Owing to this fact, longitudinal migration is far more common in history, whether it be by men, animals, or plants. A case in point is the Allergens, who rose to power in Arden before advancing east into Ilsabard. Movements would be mirrored thousands of years later by the Garleans. Meanwhile, although the disparate tribes of Toral waged war with one another for generations, stemmed by the climate, none could make any great headway north or south. Yep. Cool. He will probably explain shit better than I will.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Scoured the library to your... Oh, hang on. There's an advertisement going off. Stretching. Can you be allergic to beef? Hey, chat. If you had, like... Is it possible to, like, live your life with, like, no allergies and all that kind of nonsense, but then you get into your, like, 30s, and then it's like, oh, you can develop an allergy? Is that like, a thing? There's a tick that when it bites you, you become allergic to red meat. Is it native to Australia? If it's native to Australia, holy shit, how do Australians manage with that? America. Oh, okay, cool. It's a deer tick, and it's Lyme's disease that causes allergic reaction to occur with beef. Ah, okay. Scoured the library to your satisfaction, have you? Excellent. While there are a few books that wholly dedicated to the subject of Tural, I dare say you found tidbits of useful information scattered here and there. But come, let's continue this outside. The Mameds do not take kindly to chatter. I could fall asleep in the library. I hope you understand this, Grahatia. Now then, I'm quite keen to hear your honest impressions. I couldn't help but notice that we read the very same book on cuisine. I was pleasantly surprised to find reference to Tural within. Among them, did anything in particular pique your interest? That was the legendary City of Gold. Ha! I suspected any mention of the City of Gold would catch your eye. It is truly a mystery among mysteries. Here is a city whose location is unknown, that no one has ever seen, and yet whispers of its existence continues to persist. Countless souls have set off in search of it, never to return, and I can imagine it being a suitable challenge for the ritual of succession. But moving on, did you perchance learn aught about the fauna of Tural? Given your adventuring background, I expect the topic would interest you. Alpacas. You can develop allergic reactions when you're 30. It's extremely rare, but not unheard of, and it can occur due to frequent interaction with specific chemicals or just a random, like some of the chemicals at the perfume I work at are able to do such things. Okay. Ah, yes, the alpaca. In addition to serving as beasts of burden, they provide clothing for people by way of their lush fleece. They are surprisingly prized by, they're especially prized by mountain tribes and who hold certain rare specimens sacred. Holy shit, it's about to snow. Although I heard thought I heard familiar voices. Fancy running into the two of you here. Well, well, have some research of your own, do you? Aye, we hope to arm ourselves with knowledge that may benefit the Garlean people. Having forged a new trade agreement with GrantZeebs, they will next look to foster relations with other nations. This includes former imperial provinces. In view of this, we hope to find hints in history on how neighbors of differing races and ideologies may engage with one another. And what of you two? What endeavors bring you here this day? Them two are going to be going over to Tyrol to check out the different, like, tribes and how they went from warring to trading, no doubt. Still, 80 years! That's a fairly short amount of time for a civilization to be existing. A nation comprised of the disparate peoples of Tyrol. I dare say this is precisely the kind of example we seek. We do well to read up on Tyroliols ourselves. I'm not sure what severity of allergy, though. It can be anaphylactic shock or a rash, an itchy severe. I actually had the opposite happen to me. I had an allergy to peanuts and tree nuts, but your allergy to almonds had started to go away in your teens. Ah, interesting. So yeah, so from the sounds of it, allergens are meant to be, like, it's rare. It's rare for such a thing, but it seems that, like, as you grow older, there is a possibility of, like, either developing or, you know, undeveloping an allergen. Good to know. Also, hi there, Jason. I know I'm still awake. The contest is Grant, and the only one allowed to help... Contest. Is Grant the only one allowed to help Woklamat? There were no mention of such restrictions as I recall. On the contrary, Woklamat gave us the impression that she could have several champions. I think I know how to make the most of our respite. Follow me, Alphino. We have planning to do. Alize, wait! Hi. Also, hi, Jason's friends. They probably have no idea who this zebra is, or probably isn't even paying attention to me, but hi, Jason's friends. 'Twould seem our plans have changed. If you'll excuse me. So close to finished. So very, very, very close. They never could rest on their laurels. Come, let us return to the annex. Okay, hopefully the annex is like the end of it. Online gaming. Ah, okay. Spending time at a lake sounds kind of cool. Kind of neat, honestly. I like the idea of that. Is it one of the Great Lakes?
Oh, it's just... Despite all that we've learned, I can't help but feel we've yet to hear the whole story.
I know, there's a few details missing, but...
What about you, my friend? Are you inclined to accept or refuse Woklamat's request?
I think I'd accept it, honestly. Ah. I never say no to a new adventure. And then tomorrow you go... It's not close to the Great Ones, it's just a small boating lake, but still. And tomorrow you're going to water park. Nice.
I thought you might say that.
I have made no proper plans for Saturday when
With an
my
intrepid
stream
attitude such as
anniversary...
yours,
Like, I'll have been streaming for
all shall be well.
3 years? Yeah, it's my 3rd stream anniversary, I believe,
Be
at
it
that
the
point.
contest or something else, there will be many trials for you to overcome at your destination. But in the course of seeing new lands and meeting new people, you'll surely find a way forward. That's what adventurers do, is it not? such a journey would be the envy of many a scholar. Distant as it is, Tural remains largely unknown to us, with only meager records to be found in Numenor.
My Twitch can take
The experiences to be had, all the things you might hear, feel, and think. It's enough to stir me to the core.
Did you have to say it in that order?
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road.
Good quote.
But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another. Ah, but there's an idea.
Is there now?
I have a matter to attend to at the Agora. Please, go on inside. I will join you shortly.
Okay. What do you got going on, Fangcrid? No doubt you're going over there too. Would it be for the same reasons for a different person though? Oh my god, we still haven't reached the end. Are you kidding me? I thought that would be a green tick at this point. Welcome back, Grant. If you're looking for Waklamat, she is currently with the others in her chambers. If you like, I can go and fetch them for you. Understood. Please wait in the main hall. Go. To think the map's gonna get even bigger. Insane.
You have the look of someone who's made up their mind. Go on then. Let's hear it.
I wish to boldly go where I've never gone before.
Then you need me as much as I need you. Together we'll blaze new trails in Tural.
Yeah.
You're not planning to leave without us, are you?
Alphino, Alize! What are you two doing here?
They have an idea.
We happened to cross paths at Numenor earlier, you see, and I told them about Waklamat.
No, I was just commenting on the map. I don't have an issue with the map at all.
Just now, they expressed an interest in meeting our visitor.
Ah, you must be the twins who are sneaking after Erenville as toads.
100 things about us you could have told her, and you chose that.
To be fair, that was like one of the few things
First
he knew
impressions
about you.
last.
I save the world. Maybe you can save the world and you'll forget about the toad shit.
'Tis an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Alphino Leveilleur at your service, and this is my sister Alize.
Oh no, let's not do that. I really can't stand titles. So, You want to participate in the contest
That was
too,
just
is
their
that right?
names.
Indeed we do. We've been assisting with the rebuilding effort in Garlemald. Yet while progress is being made, the question remains of how the nation might reconcile with its neighbors. We believe there is much we might learn from Tuliolal, a nation founded on unity. And in return for this honor, we would spare no effort in supporting your claim.
The more the merrier, I say. And I'd be keen to learn about Eorzea and Garlemald from you as well.
Having recruited so many committed and capable allies, I presume you have no need for my continued assistance?
Nonsense! Like I told you before, you're indispensable. They're strong, aye, but strangers to our land. They need someone to guide them, to point out the dangers, and spare them grisly deaths. I can't think of anyone better suited to that task than you. What's more, despite your assertions, I know you haven't given up on the City of Gold.
As I recall, Kryl, you were the first to state your desire to visit Tural.
Perhaps I was. Still, I can't help but worry about being away just when our order is beginning to find its feet again.
You have nothing to worry about. I haven't forgotten how you held the fort while I set off to explore Alzadal's legacy. It's only fair that I return the favor. Pray, leave the students to Ojika and me.
But, Raha...
Oh, I thought he was gonna be coming with us.
You want to retrace your grandfather's steps, don't you? This is a rare opportunity, and I insist that you seize it.
Thank you, Raha. Thank you.
Well, looks like it's settled. I'm counting on you all to help me win the throne.
Understood.
I suppose now is a good time to show you what I spent a small fortune on at the Agora.
Oh, God. Thank Christ Tataru isn't here to hear that.
There.
It's a new map, isn't it?
This, my friends, is the latest map of the world, created to celebrate our friendship with the Loporrits. Cast your eyes west of Sharlayan, for there it lies. The site of your next great adventure, Tural.
Tural is like the same fucking size as Eorzea and fucking Hinagashi and Nothard. Like that size. That's about like two fucking Eorzeas. It's huge. Ugh, excuse me. No, that was cool, honestly. Yay! I got through! I made it through Endwalker! I am now only, like, once again, I am now about to enter into the latest expansion. I got here earlier. I was at the same sort of point earlier in the year before the release of Dawn Trail and shit, and I'm here again. And hopefully, if the timing is similar as it was with Shadowbringers and Endwalker, hopefully I've got 2 years to catch up with 2 years to catch up on Dawn Trail, which shouldn't take that long, quite frankly, and I'll probably get to it before the end of the year. Knock on wood, because I don't want to jinx myself on that one. Yeah, amazing. Alright, let's get it. And then we can hand in the quest. Lest you wonder about your passage to Tural, Erenville will arrange a ship through his guild. You'll need only worry about your own preparations. Speaking of which, please take this with you, a rugged and ready knapsack. May it serve you well on your coming adventures. Now, I'm not sure when departure will be, but rest assured, I'll let you know when I hear something. Till then, please, take your ease. A Reese. Ooh. Meanwhile, Limsa Lominsa. That sack do be napping. Oh, hello, Estinian.
When does the next ship set sail?
Where are you fucking going?
May I ask your destination?
The north and east, I've already seen. I suppose I'll head west this time.
West, you say?
To Taval. I ain't skinny. Don't be ridiculous. Meanwhile, in old Charlian. What are the two?
I see you've made up your mind. I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Sounds like it.
But to think that our
We need to be getting
comrades
Grant
too
when he
are
turns the other
thither-bound.
way.
Fate
Oh,
doth
when I do
work
that.
in mysterious ways.
Indeed. It will be a grueling task, having to contend with them.
Where are the two of you going, and what the two of you
If the
do?
prospect doth trouble thee, 'tis not too late to decline the petition. Though thine expression would suggest thou art far from perturbed.
Perturbed.
Oh, how could I possibly be?
Hi,
knowing
Jin.
what's to
Thank you
come?
for the affiliate anniversary. I greatly appreciate it. I am getting close to the end of the stream tonight.
Then
I
let us
promise.
delay no further and secure passage on a vessel.
Aye. This will be a mission to remember.
Hopefully we won't die, or get possessed, or go to another dimension, or betray our friends.
Come, my friend. We make for Tural.
I keep forgetting, like, the Elizin is quite tall. Hi, Jin.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
No.
Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
No.
The fabled golden cities of the New World?
So many places to be. Yeah, I'm still streaming. What the fuck are you doing awake at midnight, Jack? I was getting through to the end of Endwalker. Weigh anchored now, the tide is high, and dawn of a new adventure nigh. Row forth to break horizon's bond and tread the gilded path beyond. Hopefully I said that last line correctly. A new world tour. Yep, cool. Alright. Can I, like, ding, decline? Can I not? Oh my god, can I not go into the fuck? Oh my are you fucking kidding me? I can't, like, go into my room from you? Alrighty. Limsa Luminsa it is, then. I was hoping to, like, go to sleep in, like, this area here, so it wasn't too far of a jump, but... Except and then you can hear the music. No. We'll hear the music another time. I gotta convince you guys to come over next time. Let me see. Is the so the knapsack is a personal effect, so that's most likely dink donk. Nice. So yeah, so Saturday we're probably gonna go through Dawn Trail, which is tomorrow during. It's my stream anniversary. It's my affiliate anniversary tomorrow. I need to figure out what I'm gonna be doing. I'm probably gonna go to sleep, and I'm gonna go to sleep for a while. I will be real with you. Yep, all these are done. Let me have you do things for longer. Ding. Martial Greatsword. Well, that's down. And then finally, ding, the adorable Boyton. Augmented Lost Elegant Surcoat Offender. You can do whatever you want to enjoy the most, especially since it's your stream anniversary and it is your stream. That is absolutely true, and I do kind of want to go through Dawn Trail, but I also want to, I don't know. I just want to I want to be able to, like, hang out with peeps, first and foremost. Ravia Replica, Ragnarok, yep, cool, awesome. Alrighty, exit the game. Ugh. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we are now done with Endwalker. We are done with Endwalker. You've caught up again. I caught up again. All right, so that is it for tonight. That is it. I don't know if there's even anyone to, like, raid into or what have you. Oh my god. Oh. Let's have a look. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Who is there? Oh my god, is Puffin still... They're at 5 hours? What the fuck? Let's have a look. Oh my goodness. All sorts of people. Alright, hang on. Let's see. Alright. Quiet stream, you know, took too much. Oh, they just started. Okay. I finally get to see one of these streams. But oh my god, I'm so tired. Alright, let's go for a quiet stream. Let's go for a quiet stream. We're gonna go for morning chai. They look to be doing a They look to be doing some art, so we're gonna go and raid into them instead. So we're gonna raid into them. Himbo raid before the Himbo Zeeb falls asleep. That is going to be our raid message. Himbo raid before the Himbo Zeeb falls asleep. I hope you'll join in with me on that one as we go and raid shortly. I will be back online tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Excellent. It's still not Saturday yet, which is great. I still have time. And other than that, yeah, I just need to figure out like what it is that I want to do on Saturday, and then have like a little longer of a thought and like a bit more dedicated of a thought of what it is that I want to do going forward with my streams. Like put a schedule down, put some consistency, revisit some ideas I used to do, figure out if there's any new ideas I want to do, yada yada. So that will probably be something we can talk about tomorrow. Gosh, I hope one of my friends is online tomorrow so they can like sit with me and like just chat and such. So, but yeah, we'll see how I go. We see how we do. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you'll join with me shortly as we go right into Morning Chai.